A very good afternoon to all our guests and a very warm welcome to Global Design Confluence 2023. Before we begin, let me take a moment and thank our partners, our Powered by partner, Jaquar, our associate partner, Hafle, our category partner, Howell, Grundfos, Great White Electricals. Let me also thank our contracting partners, Garnet Interiors, A&J Group, our technology partner, Cisco, our gaming partner, CSML, our exhibit partners, Wellspun, Dolphy, JKS Engineering, Ecolab, Schneider Electric. Let me also thank our conference partners, Climavanetta, Kumar Equipment, Swastik Synergy. I'd also like to conference partners, Chefmate, Wang Hospitality, and of course, our host hotel, Courtyard by Marriott, Aravali Resort. I'd like to thank all our guests for being present here. Thank you for joining us. Good afternoon and a very, very warm welcome to all of you. I'm your host, Isha Palla, and I'm delighted to see a room full of specialists, experts, those who are actually creators. I would call all of you artists. I'm so very glad that today we have more than 350 delegates from across the globe, from the world of architects, interior designers, contract, and making sure that we bring out the very best. So may I request all of you, every one of you who believe that there is an artist amongst us all, to please raise their right hands up. Right hands up, please. And if you believe that this is a room full of experts that you'll learn from, please put your left hand up. And now both your hands up. Please put your hands together for yourselves and peers from the industry. We do understand this is a post-lunch session, which is all the more reason for us to make sure that it's engaging, to make sure that we bring out the very best. First of all, let me take a moment and thank you all and appreciate your presence here. In today's day and age, it is so difficult to take out more than a couple of days, and you all have done that. So this is us really taking a moment and thanking you for your presence and for being a Global Design Confluence 2023. Very, very highly anticipated and much awaited event right here, a joint initiative by Marriott International and Hotelier India, the two giants of the hospitality industry, as we well know. We're right here in this beautiful property courtyard by Marriott Aravali. All those of you who enjoyed the hospitality, the lunch, the welcome, let's hear a round of applause for the entire team. They've done a fantastic job right here. As we look forward to bringing to you, covering a lot about our theme of design and the future of hospitality, and before we take a moment and introduce our first session, let me thank our partners for their support. I'd like to thank our Powered by partner, Jaquar, our associate partner, Hafley. May I also thank our category partners, Howell, Grundfos, Great White Electricals, our contracting partners, Garnet Interiors, A&J Group, our technology partner Cisco, our gaming partner CSML, our exhibit partners Wellspun, Dolphy, JKS Engineering, Ecolab, Schneider Electric. You will also find in the pre-function area our partner booths. Please do connect with them. I'm sure you'll be excited to work together. I'd also like to thank our conference partners, Clima Vaneta, Kumar Equipment, Swastik Synergy, Chefmate, Wang Hospitality, and of course, our host hotel courtyard by Marriott Aravali Resort. You'll meet their team and get to know a lot more about them. Over these 2 days, we'll be discussing and delving into the world of hospitality design, discovering Marriott's secret recipe for excellence, for exploring the innovative trends that are shaping the future of the industry, and talk about crafting memorable experiences, embrace the power of technology and sustainability all at once. We're so very glad that today we bring to your platform that talks about and brings to you experts from across the field. We're not just here to listen. There is one simple rule: we all participate. So each time we have a panel discussion, any of our speaker sessions, please feel free to ask questions, share your thoughts. It's only by sharing these experiences that we all get an opportunity to learn. But before we take this moment forward, I wanted to bring to you the one man who I always look up to, because each time you interact with him, you get to learn something from him. He's an inspiration. He's someone who just, motivates you to go get there, be out there. And he's someone who is really a game-changing person in the industry. It is my privilege to introduce to you a man that embodies a rich tapestry of experience and visionary, and is a leader beyond excellence. He truly does steer the ship of Hotelier India, an industry cornerstone that we all look up to and influences the hospitality discourse like no other. May I request all of you to please put your hands together as we tell you more about the man himself, Mr. Bibor Srivastava, Managing Director at ITP Media, and all that he's created. Let's take a look. Please put your hands together for the man behind it all, the very dynamic Mr. Vibhor Srivastava.
I don't know what. I'm truly full of emotions. We shape our buildings, therefore they shape us. A famous quote from Senior Winston Churchill at the House of Commons, address of 1943, still resonates so perfect when we approach design as an entity that is all-pervasive. Achieving timelessness in design has always stood tall and a hallmark of excellence, being celebrated across the globe in the annals of time. Hospitality embarks on similar principle, extending beyond design, lending a touch to deliver a timeless experience in a world fraught in ambiguities and scrambling for a quantum of solace. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Marriott International and ITP Media India, we truly and warmly welcome each and every one. So let's hear from yourselves. One more time. Put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you very much. If I really jog my memories, I have to take a name of a man who is truly loved by each and everybody, not in the room, but at a very, very large scale. Mandar Zawari, may I ask you to stand? Mandar Zawari from Marriott. A man full of passion, great friend, great partner. He said, Vibhor, what should we do? How should we do? And what do we do to bring the industry together? The whole ecosystem of hospitality industry. Mandar and his lovely team behind, everybody in Marriott, please give a big round of applause to Marriott International. They are not only big, they have a big heart. They do in style, they do in panache, they make you the winners. And it's been a joy for my team to collaborate and co-create this meaningful platform which allows knowledge sharing at the highest level. Welcome to the launchpad of Revolution, where innovation meets inspiration and the future of hospitality design takes flight. Today, we stand at the crossroad of brilliance as Marriott International, the global hospitality join forces with Hotelier India, the torchbearer of Indian hospitality, to create an event that promises to reshape the very essence of the industry on our home soil. The Global Design Confluence 2023 is just not a gathering, it's a result of great partnership forged between Marriott International and Hotelier India. Together, we have woven a tapestry of collaboration that envisions a brighter, more innovative future for the hospitality industry. It's the powerful partnership that has laid the foundation of this incredible event. Over the next 2 days, we are about to embark on a thrilling journey filled with spirited conversations, insights, and a touch of magic as we bring together the brightest minds in the field. Designers, visionaries, consultants, hospitality, and the trendsetting trends that will redefine the way we experience in the years to come. India's hospitality industry is currently riding the crest of an unprecedented wave. The statistics speaks volumes. The direct contribution of the hotel industry to our GDP was 40 billion in 2022. The future even holds greater promises with projections of 68 billion by 2027. By 2047, it is slated to soar to a staggering 1 trillion, making it more imperative than ever to host such gatherings where learning, inspiration, and passion converge. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to give you any more discourse. I have to briefly touch on some incredible brands which Isha spoke. I think it's important, the brands that you see here, and they have demonstrated some great body of work outside in the launch. Please do in your spare time, walk across this. I'm truly telling you, they will provide you the cutting edge, the solution, and that's something that you need the most. Ladies and gentlemen, like you, and I'm here to learn and share conversation and make warm friendships. Thank you once again for being here.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Srivastava, for really setting the tone for what the next 2 days are going to be all about, and also at the same time, telling us what is it that we can look forward to. And I promise you, you are just about to begin this beautiful journey of learning a lot more, of really making new friends from the industry. And at the same time, I'd like to invite on stage four very, very interesting leaders, right? And I say that because they know so much about the design industry, so much about the hospitality industry. They swear by one thing, and that is creating experiences. So, to tell us more about the world of Marriott's design excellence, may I please request all of you to put your hands together as I welcome on stage Mr. Michael Wang, Senior Continent Leader, Global Design Asia Pacific, Mr. Mandar Zavari, Vice President, Design and Project Management, Global Design APEC. Please put your hands together as I also welcome Mr. Sachin Malavarapu, Senior Area Director of Operations, Mr. Bhaskar Barua, Senior Director, Development. A round of applause as all four of them join us here on stage and really welcome you all. Also talk a lot about World of Marriott's design excellence. So thank you so very much for your presence, gentlemen, and what a pleasure to have you here on stage.
Testing. Okay, it's not enough just to have the three of us here because Marriott is such a big company and the key contributor I must invite up here as well as long-term friend and also family. So Karen, please. He's our guru, head of a development for all of India, and everything that happens here we could not have done without him, so please join us. And also Karen Kim. Karen Kim, with 33 years with Marriott, she has the design sense that is better than anyone I know in my whole life. I have to call her every morning just to make sure that whatever I wear is going to be appropriate. So Karen, is this okay today? Thank you. But seriously, you know, hotel is such a big machine. It's made up by not just design, right? There's operational issues, there's feasibility, there is marketing, there is just myriads of multidiscipline cooperation, this big machine in order to make it happen. So for anyone to say, oh, Marriott Hotel Company is great because they have great Bonvoy or something else. I can tell you, as 26 years working for this very, very proud company, best company in the world that I've had the opportunity to work for, it is a big undertaking and it takes a lot. And what I want to make sure is that all of us here is not here to just, okay, what Marriott is going to tell me. What am I going to learn from it? What are they going to give me? What are they going to feed me? I want this to be a dialogue. I would like to hear from each and every one of you, right? And ask those questions because all your experts are right here. These are the people with every answer that you need. Now, if it's too sensitive, maybe we'll talk about it a little differently or take it on the side and we can discuss separately. But I really feel that we're here with the right spirit to elevate design, elevate product, elevate your profitability, make it a more efficient world and also a more sustainable world for our future of our project and our future generations. So there's a lot to cover. I can't wait. There is a lot about Marriott, 97 years in the business. How many big companies you know that's been able to be so successful after 97 years? 31 brand yesterday. 32 brand today. I just found that out from Karen, that now we have 33 now. See, it's counting. Tomorrow maybe 34, but right now it's 33. So with these 33 brands, each brand has its own distinct positioning, look and feel, marketing strategy, all of that, right? How do we keep it all in track? And that's where we're here to hopefully give you some insight as to how we figure how to navigate within our big machine. And then that will give you what I feel would be confidence. It will give you the confidence when you're dealing with owners. If you're an architect, if you're a designer, as an owner, you can decision to go with Marriott with the right reason, with the right tool, that you can say, I'm going with Marriott as a designer because they have a great process. I'm going with a Marriott as an owner because they have the best X, Y, and Z. So we're all here. Please, for me to say this is going to be a very exciting event, that's going to be a given, right? Every event is supposed to be exciting. But I do hope that we do deliver and give you the time, this next 2 days, to allow you to go away with new information, new insight, new inspiration, and new partnership with this great company of ours, Marriott, which is #1 market in India. I am so proud of that, and all due to the team here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wang, for setting the tone. I'd like to request you all to stay on and tell us more. We have a small presentation that I'd like you to take forward, please.
Sure. So Bhaskar, let's introduce our team.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome once again to this beautiful hotel. Courtyard by Marriott Aravali Resort has been a success story for us, and I hope all of you are going to enjoy the next couple of days. Marriott's been an exciting story in India and South Asia. We are in our 24th year of operations, and efforts continue to take us to new markets and new destinations. It all begins with a set of collective minds. I'd like to introduce what we would call the transactions team that goes through reams and reams of paper to first figure out the right owner, the right location, the right brand, the right opportunity, and put all of this puzzle together. You will notice we're a bunch of resources who put our minds together. I'd like to introduce some of us who are in this room and some of us who are traveling or working at this point of time. We've got impeccable support from a very reliable legal team. It's headed by Saiba Chet and ably supported by Suchita Bhushan and Anvesha Bhuyan. Legal's the backbone for us. As a transactions team, we feel we need to get to a right start with the right momentum and right energy. So if any of you ever think of doing a new hotel in the course of the next 48 hours, trust me, we can turn it around for you right here at this venue, and that's a promise even Global Design will back us up with. The second and most important support system is our feasibility team. Marriott is a 97-year-old company. It's a collation of multiple processes, and feasibility, which is an extended arm of our finance team, our planning team, is who we rely on for all our new market foundation work, our existing portfolio work, and the growth engine that we are pushing through. I lastly come to the development team, which has been headquartered out of Gurgaon since its inception in India. It's headed by Kiran Andicott, the regional vice president. Kiran's been the guidance for all of us on the transaction side to understand how we stay agile, how we stay relevant, and how we are able to focus on what works best for our owners, our partners, our investors. Marriott is also proud to say that we have, within India, probably the highest percentage of repeat owners. I don't want to put a number out there, but it is north of 50% is what I can say. Supporting Kiran, we have Ashwin Thomas. Ashwin's been with the company for more than a decade. Ashwin has spent time at our Singapore office and is transitioning back to covering some of our key markets in South India and South Asia. So if you have any leads that needs to be looked at from an international market perspective, Ashwin can help you with that immediately. I also have Jui Roy. Jui has also been a very long time veteran with Marriott. She's understood our systems, our processes, and for a lot of owners in this room, I'm sure you've got a chance to interact with her. So Jui supports our main office team lead. She puts all of our working practice to the right check and balance. And I am the last member. I'm part of the development team. Welcome once again. And like I said, in the next 48 hours, we could do magic with a lot of you, consultants, owners, anybody who feels they want to discuss something, we're around. Welcome once again, and I wish you all lovely 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhaskar. Let me introduce the Global Design APEC team to all of you. So starting with, I would say, one important aspect, which is the interior design. We got Belinda and we got Betsy. Belinda is based out of the Singapore office, while Betsy is currently located at the Hong Kong office. They work closely with the interior designers and the owners team to ensure the design is in line with our brand requirements. Next, I would like to introduce Mark D'Souza, who works on the F&B concepts and very closely with the owners team, with the kitchen consultants, back of the house planners and interior designers to put life into those beautiful restaurants. Post that, we have our engineering team, headed by Hedrick. We got Hedrick and Wang. They have been working in India for the last 13 years. They must have opened close to 500 plus hotels for Marriott. So very strong experience there. Along with them, we also have Purna Kashyap, who heads the fire protection for Asia. To support Purna, we got QBAC. They are looking at all fire protections, design reviews and installation reviews. Next, talking about security and loss prevention, we have Ashok Kadam, who's based out of India. He looks at, obviously, security and loss prevention for the country. When it comes to design reviews and planning, we got Ian and Ken. They are both based out of our Singapore office. Talking about IT aspects, we have Yogesh and Arun, who are based out of our Mumbai office, overseeing the IT requirement for the South Asia region. Talking about, I would say, the project leads, we have Shalaka Dakshinkar. She's joined the company. It's been more than a year now. We also have Ritesh. We have Jitesh Channa, who's been part of our team. And of course, we got support from Sylvia and Rupa. And also to talk about, our senior leadership, we got Michael and Karen. Michael's been the one who's opened the first hotel in Asia, the first JW Marriott Hong Kong. Now we got 1,000 plus hotels under his and Karen's leadership. So this is, a very, I would say, experienced team. So it's just not one person, but an expert from every single discipline, which will be guiding owners, their team members, consultants and vendors, so that their investment is well met. And obviously, we are able to open a very well-designed, efficient, successful hotel, so that we can pass it on to our operations team. Next, I'll have Sachin to talk about the operations team.
Thank you. Thanks, Mandar.
Let me
literally
back up one. I think it's really important. Go back this way.
Sorry.
Can you go back? This has come up many times before, especially with owner's team, and that is, oh my God, You need all these people to help me build a hotel? Well, let me tell you this. Before Marriott, I was an architect in U.S., and my specialty was hospital. And then I went to hospitality. It's pretty close. It's pretty close in the sense that hospital and hospitality is about the similar complexity. It's equally complicated. Hospital, unfortunately, for hospital, it doesn't have to look great. It just needs to function. But hotel needs to be functional and look great, right? So there's a lot of expertise that goes into getting a hotel done. So this is the way Marriott set up, and 97 years of this, we feel that it's a good program. Now, I won't name any competitors, but I can tell you at an extreme, other competitors would have probably team of size of half of this or less. So you have your choice. You either go with a company who's got true expert to help you to protect your investment so that your investment, when you sell it, if you ever do, or just from an investment point of view, is maximized versus going with a company that has very few experts, jack of all trades and master of none, and you end up with what you end up with. So just keep that in mind. I think, yes, we are big, we have expert in the field, but we also give you the best that you can get. Sorry, I had to add that.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Mandar. With each slide, you see the size of the team getting bigger, and from design development and us, we are the ones who are driving results and creating memories. I'm here to represent the South Asia operations team and introduce them to all of you. You see, there's a large team on the slide. I'm not going to introduce or read out each of these names, but if at some point in time, I'm sure all of you would have interacted with one of us when we visit the hotels or meet the teams. South Asia operations is based out of Mumbai, and we have two satellite markets based out of Gurgaon and Bangalore. Ranju Alex is our area vice president who heads South Asia for all of us, supported by Gaurav and Arun, both who work out of Bangalore and Gurgaon respectively. And each of these teams led by some very passionate set of individuals who are experts in their field and their domain. It could be sales and distribution, revenue strategy, opening hotels. We have Abhishek in this room, who's the director of hotel openings. So all of us, each of us drive excellence at each of our hotels to create everlasting memories and drive great results for all the stakeholders. It could be nurturing careers to driving profitability. A lot of these functions fall in our kitty, and it's a day-to-day job to deliver for all the stakeholders. So that's a South Asia operations team, if you look at it, and we complete the wheel from what Mandar and Bhaskar's team do. And all of us work in tandem right from the time when Mandar's team hands over the hotel to us, and then we bring the hotel operations to life, and then sustenance is what we focus upon in sustaining high levels of guest satisfaction to driving great profitability, store ownership, and of course filling up the hotel rooms. So all of it, which includes operations, is what we all do in different forms. I also represent the Continental Lodging Services team, or the CLS team, where we have dedicated resources for engineering, for procurement, for safety, and of course for culinary as well. And I'm also supported by Himanshu and Dilpreet, based out of Bangalore and Gurgaon, to lead operations for South Asia. Having said that, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being a part of this today's session. And we look forward to answering any queries or clarifying any doubts that you might have between today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. What a pleasure having you all join us. I will be inviting you on some point or the other for sure during the course of the day. Once again, a round of applause for them, please. Thank you so very much. Well, when we talk about spaces, when we talk about bringing out the best solutions, the most aesthetic solutions, especially when it comes to water and lighting solutions. I'm now about to present to you somebody who's really created, envisioned, and brought out the very best. I'm about to present to you a visionary leader in the world of design and innovation. Please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Rajesh Mehra, Director and Promoter, Jaquar Group. And as he joins us on stage to this audiovisual, let's get to know more about how they are touching lives.
Salone will be back in spring, and we are looking forward for spring after a long period, 2 years of pandemic.
I think the pandemic brings the hygienic. People don't want to touch anymore, especially in public areas. Touch-free is a trend in a bathroom, and you can use in the shower or in the mirror or in the wash basin. So the electronic faucet or the high technology, I think, go into the bathroom again. From our side, we like a lot the high technology, but always hidden technology, because at the end, we like the natural material.
Colors are back, and the pleasure of tactile sensoriality is best shown in the Indian culture. That's why we think that the soul of India is something wonderful to export. We believe that Jaquar is the right company to work for us. I believe that after pandemia, the rethinking of health is becoming more and more important. For the big hotel companies in India, the combination of soul and spirit and body experience is already there. That's why I believe that the old tradition of yoga in India is very, very helpful. I believe the bathroom is a turning point for all hotels. The experience when I arrived to India, of course, is related to the color, to the material, but first of all to the quality of craftsmanship.
Please welcome Mr. Rajesh Mehra, Director and Promoter, Jaquar Group.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings for the day from Jaquar Group. I have a great pleasure to have this opportunity to interact with such an august gathering of eminent hoteliers, designers, architects, and service providers from all over the world for this global design conference being hosted by Marriott International and Hotelier India. Thank you so much for making us a part of this extremely prestigious and wonderful event so that we can really interact and learn from one another. Though as a group we started in the year 1960, but our journey with the hospitality industry truly started from 1986, for almost 36, 37 years. And I have all the pleasure to share with you that we were a young company, a young brand in 1986 when we came with our range of products. It was the hospitality industry which gave us a lot of encouragement, a lot of positive vibes, and gave us the opportunity to develop products which could be of highest experience to the users, to their guests. Right from the beginning, both as a vision and mission of our company has been to bring the best of the quality standards in our products so as to give an experience of a different kind of the highest level to their users, and fully backed up with the best of very unique services, hand-holding services, where we ensure that the hotel units get the best out of our products with minimum of inconvenience. We are a completely manufacturing company, manufacturing group. We have 7 manufacturing units. Anything and everything that we offer in our bath and lighting segments are being, by and large, manufactured by us. And again, as a manufacturing company, I think we have the 3 key strengths that we have are, first of all, we have never compromised on coming up with the best of technical setup, the latest and the most advanced, the highest level of precision machines, so as to give the products of the highest quality in our products. Secondly, right from the beginning, this is something which is very close to our heart, has been the development of the products in terms of designing both form and function, because we strongly feel that every product is a combination of both form and function. All the products that we offer in the bath and the lighting segment are all functional products. And this is where we have always given that extra consideration that our product should have the highest level of efficiency in terms of working and giving the highest level of convenience and comfort to their users. Being a manufacturing company, apart from R&D, I think another key strong strength that we have is our quality control systems. Today, all our units are completely self-sufficient. Whatever we are offering, we have the most extensive and the most latest quality control systems, where we ensure that the products have to be of the highest level of durability, most rugged, so that the customers, the users, and especially, you see, the people who are procuring our products, they get the highest value for their money. Overall, as a company, we have been always looking for a partnership with our customers, with our patrons, whether it be the architects, designers, or it is the investors themselves, or the promoters and developers themselves. Products can come from anyone. Products is not a very big deal, but I think finally, what makes a difference is this spirit of collaboration and this ownership of partnership, which makes a difference. Right from the beginning, our endeavor, our effort, our approach always has been to interact with our customers, understand their requirements, whether they are architects or designers, interact, you see, with the different stakeholders, from operations to maintenance, understand their problems, their pain points more importantly, and give them the much needed relief, the best of the solutions through our products. This is where, when we started interacting with the hospitality industry, we came across a lot of ideas, a lot of difficulties. I'm talking of 86, when the things were not so evolved and not so well developed. So a lot of things came, you see, before us, and thanks to the hospitality industry, which gave us a tremendous opportunity to develop those products and give the users, give the hoteliers the best of the convenience through our efforts. Thank you very much, Marriott International. I think I don't need to say much about them. One of the finest brands in the hospitality industry, and Hotel India, for giving us this opportunity to be a part of this design confluence. We look forward, you see, to interact. My team is here. We look forward to interact with all of you and understanding, you see, your needs as to how we can create a positive synergy through our products and services. We can take the things forward. I think one of the things that everyone today in hospitality is talking about is sustainability. I'm very happy to share with you that all our products from the bath and lighting industry, they are absolutely sustainable products. We adhere to the highest standards of sustainability, whether it is water consumption, conservation, or its energy efficiency. And not just in our products. I think this is something sustainability is very close to our heart. We are completely committed to it. All our plants are completely on the lines of highest levels of sustainability. We have zero discharge plants. We recycle every single drop of water that we use, not only in our processes, but more importantly, even every drop of rainwater is also being reused, and nothing is wasted at all. We are a zero discharge company. So this is where, I think in terms of energy also, most of our plants are equipped with solar energy systems. As of today, we have a capacity of around 13.5 megawatts of solar energy that we're producing for our captive consumption, which almost results into a saving of 20,000 tons of carbon footprint annually. So overall, as a company, as we feel we have a lot of responsibility as to how to make the users of our products extremely happy, delighted, both with the performance of our products and with our proactive services, so as to make a win-win situation and provide the value of the highest level to our patrons. So thank you so much once again for giving us this opportunity to be a partner, to be a part of this design confluence. And we look forward to have a very, very enriching sessions over the next 2 days. Thank you so much. Have a great conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehra. Please do stay on for us just a moment longer. I'd like for you to please join us center stage, as you've been inspiring people across the globe to rediscover the joy of water and light. We'd like to take a moment and thank you for your presence. May I please extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Michael Wang, Senior Continent Leader, Global Design Asia Pacific, to join us on stage. May I also welcome Mr. Mandar Zavare, Vice President, Design and Project Management, Global Design APEC, and Mr. Bibor Srivastava, Managing Director, ITP Media India, to join us here on stage and take a moment and thank Mr. Mehra for his presence and present him with a token of our appreciation. Gentlemen, may I request you to please take center stage. We would love for our logo to be a part of this group photograph. So requesting all the presenters, speakers who join us, please take the center spot on the main stage for the pictures. Thank you so very much to you and your team, Mr. Mehra, for your presence and this wonderful partnership that we look up to. Thank you for being here. And as we look forward to the journey through Marriott's classic and distinctive brand portfolio, you've earlier met a couple of these people before, and to know more about all of this, to share with you the remarkable journey of Marriott, especially when we talk about its international success. May I please extend a very warm welcome and request the kind presence of Ms. Karen Kim, the Vice President of Global Design for APEC. A round of applause as she joins us on stage. May I also welcome Kiran Andikar, the Regional Vice President of Hotel Development in South Asia. A round of applause as the two of them step forward and they take us through this very insightful session.
Thank you, Isha. Hello, everyone. Firstly, Karen and I would like to express a sincere gratitude to our stakeholders and partners who are with us here. Our success depends on you, because as you know, Marriott is an operator. We build hotels and run it for you. We have many owners here who've recently signed an MOU with us. There are existing owners, and we are excited about starting the journey. Like Bhaskar mentioned earlier, a large percentage of our owners never stop at just doing one hotel. They build more than one. And for owners who are here, who are in the process of discussing projects with us for the first time, we hope it will not be your first project. In fact, we are confident it won't be your first project. We will continue to grow, because we've seen owners come back to us and say, for our second and third hotel, we want to go with Marriott because we are comfortable with the relationship. Designing a hotel and planning it is very important. It's very often not acknowledged the hotel that you're designing today has to remain relevant and competitive for 20, 30 years. And that's why it's better to take time now and then move ahead in very structured steps. Today we have a fantastic opportunity to talk about India, talk about Marriott, and how global design stitches all of that together. India is at an inflection point. All of us in this room know that this time the signs on the ground are different. We believe this time the growth, the opportunity is real. In terms of Marriott, we'll get into more detail on these brands. We have 33 brands, and out of this, 16 are represented in India today. The most popular one, which we always kind of get requests for, is the JW brand. We have 10 open, 8 in the pipeline. But what really excites us about the growth and development in South Asia is our Courtyard and Fairfield brands and our brands in the select service. That's where we see the highest amount of traction. And when Karen comes along, she'll talk about a few brands that we are looking to launch in the future and the brands that we are most excited about. Again, Marriott today has 146 hotels open. We opened our first hotel in 1999 while it was in Goa, and Goa is a leisure destination. It technically was a city hotel because it's located in Panjim. Today, we've got 65 hotels in the pipeline, and we're seeing a lot of traction in leisure destination and tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Our first foray into leisure destination was JW in Mussoorie. That hotel really established Marriott as a leisure operator in the country. Talking about destinations, we are seeing a lot of traction across the country. Most importantly, these are destinations which are at a short drive from a metro city. So recently, Himachal. Traditionally, India has been a corporate destination with just Rajasthan, Goa, and Kerala probably, which were known for leisure. But we've seen that change after the pandemic. The consumers now are able to go for shorter trips. They want experiences which can be planned relatively with less lead time. So we are seeing a lot of traction, like I said, in Himachal Pradesh, in Uttarakhand. And finally, we're also seeing traction in places like Andaman and Nicobar. We have the owners of a potential resort there with us today, and we are really excited about kind of expanding it. It's all about giving our Marriott Bonvoy guests enough choice, enough experience all across the subcontinent. Religious destinations, traditionally in India, religious destinations never had branded hotels. We are finally seeing traction. Juhi from our team has been particularly excited, and she's given herself a target of covering all these. And I'm happy to announce that we recently signed a Marriott hotel in Ayodhya. We have the owners with us here. We are looking at potential hotels in Vrindavan, in Tirupati, and in discussions with a few more amongst all these places. This offers great potential. Again, planning these hotels, you would need to keep in mind the guest, right? And as we go along these sessions, we can talk about how we should approach planning hotels in these leisure destinations, in religious destinations, and of course, tier 2 and tier 3, which is what I'm talking about here. We've seen that these destinations have been the fastest to come back after the pandemic. They are recession-proof to a large extent, but some of these destinations may not be ready for most of our brands. So we kind of evaluate the opportunities. We want to advise the owners and enter these markets when the opportunity is right. Branded residences. We've been trying to do branded residences in India for the longest time, but as you know, real estate in India has been traditionally very opaque. But with the introduction of RERA, we are finally seeing some traction. Our colleague, Penny, who covers branded residences, has been making visits to India almost every month, and we will soon announce our first branded residential project in India. This offers a lot of potential to defray the development cost. For those of you who don't know about branded residences, all of our brands, especially in the luxury tier, have an equivalent branded residence component, where Marriott, we are one of the few operators who manage and manage the condominium association and handle the services. So there's a great value that one can add when you're planning a resort or even a city hotel to include a component of branded residences. With this, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague and friend, Karen. She brings with her 33 years of experience with Marriott. I feel very, very new compared to that, but she will take you through our brand pipeline as far as all things, when it comes to our global design in APEC. The buck stops at her, and we interact very closely, so I look forward to interacting with you over the next couple of days. Karen, over to you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, so I keep telling people don't mention how long I've been with Marriott, but they never fail to mention that, so. I thought deal was after kindergarten. Okay, so you heard enough of how many brands we have. So here on this chart, we are only showing 31, but actually as of today, we do have a 33. So we add a couple of a mid-scale, the tier brand to the list. So I know some of you, or maybe all of you, probably are thinking, why so many brands, right? But in our view, we need more brand. To be exact, Mr. Marriott's view, he wants more brand. So in hospitality field, that we know we have a lot of brand or single company to hold most of the brand, but if you're looking at the entire field, that we're still not dominating the number of the brand. The bigger doesn't mean better, but we got so much to offer in all segments. So that's our goal, to really service all our owners and a customer in all segments where we feel that we got a lot to offer. So what you see here with the red square, those are the brands that we have in India at the moment. There are more brands that we will be opening, such as Moxie in a couple months. We will be opening first Moxie in Mumbai or Bangalore. Which one is first? Mumbai is the first, okay. So we were hoping to do both at similar, same time frame, but if it doesn't work out, it's a one after another. We will be opening one in Mumbai and one in Bangalore. And as you can see, we divided 33 brands into 2 different categories in big picture. So classic and distinctive. So classic is for many brands that's been with us and representing the refined, the comfortable, the quality of the hospitality. And distinctive brand is more of lifestyle, design-driven, more of a new design direction that we would like to offer. So in big picture, in a 2 division, and each division we have 3 different tiers to offer. So both classic and distinctive. We have luxury, and we do have a premium, and we do have a selective tier. So I wish I have a time to go into every single brand and introduce what each brand stands for, but due to the limited time we have, I'm going to go into just a couple brands that, for one reason or another, that we are not growing as much as we would like to be. So I'm going to introduce a couple brands that we would like to focus on, and then bring your interest into brand. So I know Sheraton was in India way before Marriott was. And I know all of you, when you were a little and traveling with your parents, I'm sure you, at one time or another, you all stayed at Sheraton. And Sheraton's been almost consistently remained the same all this time. So recently, last 5 years or so, we refreshed the Sheraton brand. And as you can see here with the image, it is a lot more up-to-date, a lot more relevant to today's lifestyle, and it is a lot more airy and spacious. So if you look at the guest rooms, it is a lot more appealing to today's customer versus a traditional and heavy and crowded old style room. And that same carries out into the public space design. So we open up the space. We no longer having designated, like this is a lobby lounge, this is the restaurant. We wanted to open it up as a Sheraton to be like neighborhood gathering place. So where people eat, where people work, where people dine, we would like to have it pretty much all in the same place and one big open space so that you can feel the space, you can feel the quality of the design that we put together on the Sheraton refreshment. So there is a lot of room for you to bring in the new Sheraton into India, and some of the owners who are focusing on Marriott or other brand, I think Sheraton has a lot of potential, that it is creating a big wave in rest of the Asia, not to mention US. So we have a lot of new Sheraton recently open that if you have any interest of bringing the new wave of the Sheraton into India, there is many places that you can go and take a look and see how Sheraton brand actually revolved. And then it is very popular among today's travelers and the younger crowd because it's a lot more relevant to their lifestyle. Another brand that we would like to introduce is a 4 Point by Sheraton. So 4 Point is in a way counterpart of Courtyard. So Courtyard is modern. Courtyard is more of a traditional classical design and expected Marriott, part of the Marriott brand. And 4 Point is a part of the Sheraton, 4 Point by Sheraton. And it is a lot more of a design itself is a lot more utilitarian. Again, same as a Sheraton Refresh. 4 Point is also very airy, modern, and it is, again, appealing to a lot of younger crowd. I know that India has the highest population of a mid-age and younger management level and younger professional. And something like 4 Point will give them everything they expect in Marriott brand and in style. So personally, I am very proud about how 4 Point is shaping up for us. And then later, we will be able to show you about 4 more brands in a bit more detail. I mentioned Maxi earlier, so soon to be open 2 Maxi we have bring in India. And we do have a AC hotel currently under construction, and I will explain a little more about AC hotel. And so 2 that I wanted to really focus on and explain further will be Autograph and Tribute. And this is the brand that what we call collection brand or soft brand. And these are the brands that I know when we are working on a specific brand, I know a lot of owners have a different vision of their hotel versus Marriott brand's vision. And we often have a very heated discussion about how it should look and what it should represent. And if an owner had a strong vision about their own hotel and what it should be and how it should be, this collection brand is tailor-made brand for you. So you create your own brand under Autograph Flagship and a Tribute. So it is, you can even have your own name, and you will say like a Cotton House by Autograph. You will have a Rise Hotel by Autograph. So from the name itself, all the way down to vision, look and feel, the style, like management model, all can be shaped per your vision. And so you do have a comfort of Marriott, being under Marriott's umbrella and using the Marriott's big Marriott Bonvoy's member access reservation system. But in a way, you are creating your own brand that I'm sure some of you know, but not all of you. Creating a one brand, it is a lot of work. In order for us to create a brand, we at least spend somewhere between 15 to 20 million per brand, even to start the brand. And so under this collection brand, it is a chance for you to have Marriott's specialty supporting you to create your own brand, that you can even name your own desire, your successful business name, your family name. You create your own brand and your own vision into your own hotel. So both Autograph and Tribute is collection brand. And in the luxury tier, we have a luxury collection as well. So both Autograph and Tribute belong to premium tier. And if you go up on the center right side, there is a luxury collection, which is in the luxury tier. So here is a 3 example of Tribute portfolio hotel. So as you can see, each one is different. There is no design direction, if you will, given by Marriott. You do your own vision, you do your own storytelling of what this hotel is about, how you want to appeal to your customer, how you want your customer to experience, or what you want your customer to experience in your hotel. This is the brand. And Tribute and both Tribute and Autograph here. But Tribute is in the hierarchy below Autograph. So even in a premium tier, meaning full service hotel, if you want to do a lot more, bigger scale, then it will be a Autograph for you. And if you don't want to do as much, but if you still want to create a boutique hotel in a premium tier, then Tribute will be the choice for you. Even down to room size, it's a very flexible brand. And I know a lot of you are here are interior design or architectural company, and you hear a lot of brand standards from us. Like if you're building Marriott, you need to follow Marriott brand standard, and Courtyard, you do the same. But when it comes to collection brand, it's what we call this is a soft brand. It means we don't have a hard line. You create, we have a framework of what range it should be. But in a way, you create your own style. You can make it a like very traditional English design, or you can do cutting edge, modern tile. So it is what's in your head as how you want to build one hotel down to what you dream of. Collection brand is that gives you that flexibility under the safety of Marriott panel. So as you can see, all these 3, these are all Tribute, yet much different hotel in its style, in its operation model, all about guest experience in these three different hotels. You can create your own. This is a Moxie brand, and this is a distinctive division, and you socialize, you do everything in Moxie Atlas, because everything that premium hotel does in the guest room, you are consolidating those experiences to be in a one space, in a public space. And guest room is a very small, so if I will go back to guest room. So signature of Moxie, it's a very small room. We do anywhere from 18 to 25 square meter. And very often, and we want to offer the very comfortable sleeping experience. So we don't compromise on the quality of the bed and the mattresses and shower. But when small room, we provide a comfortable bed, there isn't enough space for us to lay. Most of the furniture in Moxie room is a collapsible furniture. And then you will be hanging up on the board, the peg wall. So you see it on the bottom left. So desk is a hang up, foldable chair is a hang up. So when you need it, you can bring it down and then use it at your discretion. But myself, although it is a small, everything you need is still in the room. And then being small means your investment. As a owner and a business term, you don't have to invest as much. And a guest also, although you are checking in at Moxie, you don't have to compromise your comfort, security, safety. It's all there on the Marriott promise. So Moxie public space, you check in at the bar become your meal, casual drink. There is among the public space, there is a quiet zone, there is a social zone, and there is a library, there is a game area. Everything you need, we have it in the Moxie public space. And I guess I have to say, this is a very appealing brand for younger customer. So college kids, entry-level business traveler, where they don't want to be in a formal setup. And I have to say, this is not for everybody. So this is the right brand for you. And this is where, younger crowd, they want to do everything in a midst of a big crowd, but what they say is, I want to be alone in the crowd. And this is the brand that provides that type of desire and mindset. So if some of you wonder, how can you be alone in a crowd? I don't think you're a Moxie crowd. Okay, next one is autograph collection. So similar to Tribute, it's a soft brand, and it could be your own vision created. So I think the one in the bottom two image is, the four of this is, it's in autograph Nanjing, and it is, if you can see in the bottom image, it used to be the cement factory. And owner closed the cement factory. It was left there for 10 years. And all of a sudden, the town is booming for another industry. And owner feel that maybe they can turn this into a lodging. Relative to the true identification of the location and some of the structure that to be remained. So it turned out a very nice autograph. And you can do almost everything you desire when it is a collection brand and when you have a vision. And these are the brands that we feel that there is a lot of potential with the owners who have a strong vision of what he or she would like to create their hotel to be. Do we lose the image? Okay, so I have one more brand to explain a little more, but while we are recuperating the image, maybe Kiran and I can answer if any one of you have a question on our brand or anything that's related to brand. Okay, so let's finish this before we get into question. So this is the AC brand. Again, AC brand is new to India, and it's almost new to Asia. So AC start in Spain, and it is all over Europe, very well-known, steady brand in Europe. And about 15 years ago, we bring AC into rest of the global venue in arrangement with the AC Hotel. So we did open few hotels in Asia already, and I believe we have one AC hotel in India currently under construction. So here are some images of the AC Hotel that we opened in Tokyo, Ginza. So AC Hotel is timeless classic design is a model. And when we toured the AC Hotel all over the Europe, the AC Hotel that opened like 20 years ago versus AC Hotel that opened just 2 years ago, they almost look identical. So timeless classic is their vision in physical product itself as well as a operating model, and very successful, solid European flagged brand. And we think we have a lot of Indian had traveled to Europe, and there is a lot of inbound and outbound with the Europe. So we believe AC can be real successful potential brand in India. Okay, so whenever I push the forward button, it goes black. Okay, so if there is any question pertaining to brand or anything that's related to brand, Kiran and I can answer your question. Does anyone has any question about brand?
I thought we all promised to make it engaging, so we encourage you to ask questions, and I'm sure the team will be happy to answer. Shall we say the best drinks for the first question a little later?
Can you deliver
Can we have a microphone for the gentleman in the center of the hall, please? Would like to request you to please introduce yourself before you ask the question so that our audience knows you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Sharan Bhatia. I'm an urban designer. I don't have a question, I have an appreciation. That is for your Moxie. And the look is really nice. It's a city-like look. And since I'm also running a campaign, Lifeline campaign, which is a public campaign, it kind of resonates with the idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have a gentleman who has a question right there. We'll pass on the microphone to you.
Hi, Kunal Gurnani. We're hotel owners. I felt there was a lot of focus on distinctive brands coming forward in India. What is the future of classic brands in hotel design intent?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What is the hotel design intent for the future of classic brands? I thought there was a lot of focus on distinctive brands in the presentation.
Karen, you want to take that? The gentleman wants to know, while we are focusing a lot on distinctive brands, what's happening in the world of design for our classical brands? Yeah.
We do have a separate session for the hospitality design trend. So if you could hold for like I'm not sure when that session comes, maybe in an hour or two, so we can explain. But we're not particularly focusing on distinctive brand at all. But in India, distinctive brand is still room to grow. And Marriott, JW Marriott, as Kiran mentioned, every owner wants JW. And Sheraton, Four Point, product like AC and Moxie, it has a lot to offer besides a already established classic brand. So it's not that we are focusing on distinctive brand only, but we want India to experience what we can offer through some of those distinctive brands that is not growing fast enough in India. And I believe as I said, India has most biggest population in younger crowd, and I think those distinctive brand is more appealing to younger crowd than classical brand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I take? Okay.
Hi.
May I?
My name is Arnav Mathur. I'm an architect. I would resonate with these words that you just said, that the distinctive brands is, the future here in India. As an architect, I design a lot of unique designed, contextually designed hotels, which are specific to a place. So my question is about the Tribute brand. So is there a guideline about the size of the Tribute hotel, the number of rooms or something?
Sorry,
The Tribute brand, is there a guideline about the size for the Tribute brand?
Size of
Yes, you mean the room size, or
Yes,
you're talking
the
about
number of rooms,
inventory?
Inventory.
Yes.
So when it comes to inventory, the guideline is pretty much the same. We want to make sure that the hotel is sustainable from a economic standpoint, right? So there might be cities where for us doing less than 120 keys becomes very difficult to manage from an owner return point of view, unless there is enough demand and the rates really pick up. We are very often approached for cities which may not be able to support, a 100-room hotel, and our view always is best to wait it out and then develop a hotel when the market is ready for it. In terms of the room size, while Tribute, Karen mentioned that it's the owner's design and vision, but it still sits in the upscale tier.
Premium
so,
tier.
So it would need to kind of conform largely to that.
Anyway, Mandar is going to give a very thorough rundown of that right after this. We give you clear guidance on the rules of thumbs for sizes of room for different facility. So that'll be pretty clear to you. Yeah.
Okay, this microphone has
Echo.
yeah, so it's very difficult to understand the question. So when you ask a question, if you can make it clear for us. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Datta from Guwahati, Assam. I'm interested to set up a hotel. So I have a property near the airport. So I would like to know that for a two-tier city like Guwahati, where we don't have a five-star hotel near the airport as of now. So what is best suitable in terms of affordability of the travelers there? Because Guwahati being the gateway to Northeast, an international airport is also coming up. So the autograph hotels or the premium hotels, what do you suggest? Even you can tell me. I'm really curious to know about this, the feasibility part of it.
So if I understand your question.
You have given various brands, luxury brands, premium brands, then this autograph brands. So in such a location, what kind of hotel will be suitable, if at all? That's what I'm saying.
Sure. I mean, we are faced with this question all the time when owners come to us. The best way to ascertain that is to get a proper feasibility study done from a third-party consultant, because there's always a slight conflict, if I may use the word, when an operator is advising an owner to say which hotel, because the operator is always incentivized or keen to get their flag into that destination. So what we tell our owners is, before you even approach an operator, you should get an independent third-party study done where it tells you, based on the rate potential, based on the demand potential, what's the ADR that your hotel would achieve. And then work backward and work out the amount of money that you need to spend in terms of dev cost per key to say where it fits in, right? And that will also help you determine how many keys to build. And once you've got that panned out, then you go out and get the best operator who aligns with your vision. You look at the operator's track performance in the country and then tie up with that operator.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we will have more time later to address some of your questions. So let's finish our session here and move on to next on the schedule.
We look forward to interacting with you this evening, and feel free to approach any of the Marriott team here with any questions that you may have.
We'll treat the question from the lady as the last one, please.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the whole Marriott team for organizing such a good Confluence. Thank you for being, and even I thank myself for being a part of this beautiful Confluence. My question was almost the same he asked just before me. I am from Vrindavan. This is Parul Agarwal, and I am from Vrindavan. Hopefully tomorrow we're going to sign MOU with you. My question was same like, will our agreement turn into profitable numbers or not? That was the same thing, but appreciation is very, you deserve it.
Thank you so much.
The whole team, we are meeting for the first time. I am interacting for the first time. My husband is always with you, but now I realize that it is worth. Hope we go well and our MOU turns into profitable numbers.
Thank you so much. We are very
because
excited.
Vrindavan is a very small city, and we are daring to put a lot of investment, and we are trying to believe you. I just hope everything goes well. God be with us.
Let me assure you this, that the team here, whether it's the development team and then Karen and Michael's team, we will guide you along the way. We will make sure that and this comes up very often, we would not want you to overspend. We'll want you to kind of develop a hotel that makes money for you. And if you look at Marriott hotels today, our success today is because of the partnership we've created, and all our hotels which have opened, and many a time in certain destinations before its time, and we work with the owners to ensure that the product kind of is the right product for the market and you do not overspend.
Post creation, post hospitality, post service, post everything, the things end up into money, monetary terms, I just hope everything goes well.
I'm sure it will. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
And trust.
Thank you, Ms. Parul, for that, and I'm sure you'll get to interact with the team a little later. Thank you so very much, Karen. May I request the two of you to please join us center stage? We'd like to take a moment and thank both Karen and Kiran. So requesting Karen to please join us and continue with her presence. Please do take center stage. We'd love to capture a framer with the two of you, and to thank you for your time, may I please welcome Mr. Rajesh Mehra, Director and Promoter, Jaquar Group, to present you with a token of our appreciation. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Dev Malhotra, Group Advisor, Sales and Marketing and Head, Hospitality Business Division, Jaquar Group, requesting the two of you to please step forward for felicitating our speakers, Ms. Karen Kim and Mr. Kiran Endicott, right here on stage, and present them each with a plaque that reminds them of this fantastic Global Design Conference 2023. A round of applause from my audience will be appreciated. And I must also thank you all for asking questions, for sharing your thoughts, whatever inhibitions you might have in your mind. Only this way can we make it a lot more engaging. So please let those questions continue. And thank you once again for being a part of this fantastic joint initiative by Marriott International and Hotelier India, powered by Jaquar. Thank you. Thank you so very much. It's been a pleasure having you. We've been talking about how putting together the best in the hotel and hospitality industry is so very tough. But we wanted to take you to the Oscars of the hotel and hospitality industry, the much awaited awards. When it's December, everybody is looking out for that one day that we all get to meet friends from the industry, celebrate with them, and at the same time look forward to the awards ceremony. Before I tell you more about it, let's take a look at this audio visual.
Please put your hands together. Coming up here on for Mr. Jaquar, Managing Director, ITP Media.
What do I say? I feel overwhelmed with emotions. I really want to thank everybody in the hall. I know the hall is full to its capacity.
I welcome you all to this award function and look forward to seeing you all. Thank you very much.
I'm truly delighted to be here, and it's such a pleasure to see a packed hall of great hoteliers here.
This is the greatest sector in India, and some of you are the greatest entrepreneurs of India. I wish you all the best and all success. Thank you very much.
Manjeet Singh Gill.
Thank you very much, Mr. and granting my vote.
Mr. Irfan Rizal.
Thank you for this award. I really don't know whether I deserve this. And it's a pleasure to receive this award, an honor to receive this award, and I'm truly honored. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sanjeev Gadai.
A big compliment to the Government of India for actually helping us fight this. Thank you each and every hotelier, and thank you the organizers for having me here. Thank you.
On this match, we have 18,056 people watching us live. So I want to really thank you people watching us live and making it so incredible for us. Thank you very much.
To tell you more about the Oscars of the hospitality industry, please welcome Mr. Bibor Srivastava, Managing Director, ITP Media India. Round of applause as he steps forward.
Listen, this is very close to my heart, and Hotelier India Awards are truly called the Oscars. We really get nominations across the length and breadth of the country. What remains the bedrock at the heart of it, we remain very credible. We have an incredible jury of 24 CEOs and managing directors and hotel owners across the country. Every nomination goes through the acid test at the hands of the jury, and we get about more than 10,000 of nominations. The reason to tell you is that please mark your date and be there with us on 20th of December in another incredible, beautiful, gorgeous hotel, that is JW Marriott Aerocity. So be my guest, and I look forward in that event, all of you as well. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. So we'd like for all of you to please mark your calendars. It's the 20th of December 2023. We look forward to having all of you celebrate an evening of togetherness. And as we look forward to all that and more, taking our next segment, the thumb rules of hospitality design excellence. I'd like for all of you to please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Jitesh Chandna, Project Management Consultant in Marriott International, and Mr. Mandar Zavare, Vice President, Design and Project Management, Global Design Epic. A lot of our audience members had questions to what should be the right size of rooms, what are the thumb rules when you're putting together a property, and all your questions will really be answered through this presentation up next by our speakers. Of course, right after their sessions, we'll have an open forum, so please feel free to ask questions. Please do welcome our speakers joining us here on stage. A round of applause for them, please. And setting context for this session will be Mr. Michael Wang. A round of applause for him once again.
Okay, get your cameras ready, because let me tell you what. The rules of thumbs of hospitality is something that we've been working on for many years. And actually, it was a big debate with me and Marriott's family at the time. For me, democratizing the secret sauce is something that I feel improves the whole industry, right? What do we have to hide? Is it better to improve the industry overall design, or is it better for us to hide our own little secrets to ourselves? Fortunately, we won. Marriott is happy and willing to share these little secret sauces that help the designer and owner, as you're looking at a project, that you have some rules of thumb that you can use to go by to make the initial decision. Because one thing that Mandar, Jadesh, and I realized is that our design guide is 175 pages thick. Are you going to read the design guide before you start designing? I don't think so. So what can we give to the design community and owner? Something that's easy that you can use for reference as you're designing the hotel. Thus, the design rules of thumbs, and we are here to share it. Please ask any question, but basically it's very generic, right? We're trying to keep it simple for everybody. So it's broken down in tiers, luxury for certain size range, premium and select, how many lanes you should have for drop-off. You know, the basic stuff that's fundamental to hotel design. One of the worst offender by design community, for example, is number of elevators and service lift. We never get enough. So wouldn't it be great if everybody, every architect, every designer, every owner, when they start to embark on a project, they can at least say, what does Marriott say about number of lifts for a hotel of different caliber? And bam, you got it. Because it is extremely difficult to change the cores around once the hotel planning is done. So we want to at least give you that, right? So that you can start with some right supposition for your hotel project. With or without us, we're very happy to share. And here's Mandar and Jadesh. Take it away. Go through all of the wonderful rules of thumb for hotel planning.
Thanks for that, Michael. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, hi. So what we are going to do here is obviously share our experiences. And also, we got a lot of data compiled together, like what Michael mentioned, in a small, I would say, presentation, which should hopefully guide you to build more efficient hotels. So here are all our brands together in one slide. Now, what is important to understand is how do we distinguish, one brand from the other. So what we have done is we have a small slide which talks about, basic thumb rules to differentiate them. Jitesh?
Yeah, sure. As we heard from our colleagues earlier in the discussion, Marriott has 33 brands as of now, and it's important to distinguish each of them. Each of them has to have a unique place, unique position, both in terms of customer appeal, physical appearance, touch points, etc. So that is the starting point. So, I mean, ultimately, when a new ownership, and we have several new ownerships which are present in this audience today with us, they conceptualize, and, obviously, a hotel starts off as a dream. Okay, I want to build a hotel. Now, all we want to do is to provide a platform where we can put some kind of a method to that emotion, which has come through in the form of an ambition to build a hotel. So what is the starting point? Now, we have 33 brands, and obviously we've tried to divide it into different segments, which is, select, premium, and luxury. And then there are distinguishing features in each of those brands. To start with, those are the physical features which you can, discern to start the entire process. So, for example, you talk about the room size. Now, right from 18 to 20 square meters, which we talked about, Moxie, and right up to the luxury segment to 60 or 65 square meter. You have, different categories. Similarly, on the other facilities side, essentially the number of restaurants, whether it has a spa or doesn't have a spa, how much of function space is required. Now that is both generic and specific to a context. So there is a brand specific requirement, and then there is a location specific requirement. So within, let's say, a courtyard, if you build in a location versus a B location, as in a city hotel or a resort location, there will be subtle differences, and those adjustments need to be made. So this, in a nutshell, is the start of a conversation with the ownership who wants to build a new hotel to, showcase. This will also give you an idea of the extent of land required or the extent of investment which will be required to be put up.
Absolutely. As you rightly mentioned, Jitesh, hotels are also very emotional. So what tends to happen is you tend to rush onto things, start the construction, and then think, okay, whom should I appoint the operator? By the time the structure is already complete, and then, the operator gets on board, there is a feasibility analysis done, and then we realize, oh, it should have been not 50 rooms, but 100 rooms, and the sizes should have been this or that, depending on the location, on the feasibility analysis. So what we would strongly recommend is, obviously, or what should be the first step, is to really look at what brand segment it should be, what should be the room inventory, what should be the meeting space and the banqueting, which is obviously dependent again on the feasibility analysis. Number of restaurants obviously will relate to the brand, so will be the other facilities. So this is one page summary, what we call the facilities criteria, which we usually share with the ownership. There's a lot of debates and discussions on this one-page summary, but then the whole aim is to finalize on this. Once it's done, then let's share this with our consultants so that they get a very clear direction on what to design and how to design it. So based on this, yeah.
Can I just add over here?
Sure.
So I think when we started off, I said, we need to put a method to the whole process. So step one was, I think, explained by Kiran in great detail, where we recommend ownerships to get an unbiased view through a third party, hotel consultant to do a feasibility. What is the best use, or, which is the best segment that they should, befitting their site and their location. So, I'm assuming we are past that stage where, the ownership is talking to us. And in the first slide, we covered all those brands. So, we are obviously, we've zeroed down on maybe, X or a Y or a Z brand. And post that, the first step is based on the extent of area available or, the FSI available, the development team works with the feasibility team to put up this, a facility criteria summary, which in short form, in our parlance, we call it FCS. So this is that one pager which becomes the framework or the guideline on which all the planning, all the, projections would sort of, build on.
Absolutely. So what we also do, apart from just, guiding the ownership on defining the facilities, is also create an area program. This is roughly a 10 to 12 page document, and it actually specifies areas for each and every area or each and every square foot utilization of the facility. It talks about the public spaces, the back of those areas, kitchens, MEP, plant rooms, and things like those. Again, this would be a generic guideline, more like a thumb rule in terms of space planning, which we share with the ownership, with their architects, so that they can base their architecture design on the basis of it. What we don't want is certain areas not to be accounted for, and later on, obviously, it becomes a challenge to fit them in this. So just few slides showcasing what we usually do share.
So typically this area program would be based on the FCS, even if it is a preliminary sort of still under discussion. But this area program would be based on that. Now at that point in time, we are not aware of what is the final building configuration going to be. It is going to be a multi-story matchbox building spread out, or how many floors and all of that. Or the specific shape and configuration of the back of house areas or the function spaces. So ultimately, this is just a guideline for allocating areas or FSI to the different functions that are required in the hotel. So this is more like, as Mandar rightly pointed out, down the road, it should not be that, okay, we forgot to add, this area or that area. I mean, this, at least on paper, it accounts for most of the areas, and it becomes a guideline for the architects to do at least a schematic planning.
Very true. And then usually the architect is the first consultant to be onboarded, and this usually helps him. Maybe, not all the consultants are onboarded, very initially. And of course, we want each and every consultant to look at their, particular areas, if it's engineering, if it's, kitchen and back of those planning, and then fine tune this. Yeah. So moving on to the next one. Yeah. So what we also strongly recommend our ownership at the very beginning of the project is to account for a budget, which would obviously be relative to the FCS, the facilities criteria, and also a timeline. Ownership, obviously, when it comes to hotel investment, it's very different, unlike residential or commercial, where the moment, you start advertising that particular development, you start getting a lot of buyers for your particular apartment. So there is a part investment already coming down. However, when it comes to hotels, you have to put down all your investment all the way until the project gets completed. And timeline would play a very important part. And if it's not properly accounted for, there are obviously, the project is going to get delayed, cost overruns are happen, and if a certain amount of cost was accounted for, and if there is an overrun, the project obviously doesn't become feasible, and many a times the project stops at the halfway.
Stay with this. So I think just wanted to highlight the importance of this particular document, which is a generic hotel roadmap. So given that, in a growing region like South Asia, or, for that matter, entire Asia, essentially you have first generation owners or people who are building a hotel for the first time. So, I think what Marriott tried to create was create a roadmap which put everything in one document from start of the project till when you commercially open the hotel. What are the different disciplines that are involved? In this case, it is specific to Marriott, but this could be a generic document which would be relevant for, any hotel development. So, obviously this looks like a daunting document, but this is one of the first documents that we share with the ownership. We showcase to the ownership in our preliminary discussion, almost the first meeting with the ownerships. So I mean, obviously it lists down what are the different disciplines that will get involved in building a hotel. Then you have the different stakeholders, both on the ownership side as well as on the operator side, at different points of the hotel project life cycle. Different entities within Marriott as an operator would get involved and be responsible, and the baton would move, for example, from the development team. It will move to asset management as well as to global design, and finally from us to it will go in the pre-opening phase to the operation team when the pre-opening inspections process begins.
Absolutely. So just part of the hotel roadmap, it also specifies, as Jitesh rightly mentioned, the pre-opening process, the inspections, those are required, and who are the consultants who are responsible at which particular stage. We have one more slide.
Yeah, I almost recommend every ownership, should take a printout of this, and you can pick it up at any point in time, and you can pinpoint at what stage of the life cycle you are, and how far you have covered or how far you still have to go to achieve that opening.
Absolutely. Talking about the last few stages of the hotel opening, this is again an important step. The operations team gets onboarded. Also, getting them on board at the right time is extremely important. So we usually recommend, again, depending on the brand and the scale of the hotel, that the general manager arrives about 6 to 9 months before the hotel opening. If the general manager arrives too early, obviously it doesn't help anybody. It's going to be an extra cost to the ownership. Obviously, post that, the team is progressively hired from the operations side. And these are few steps which are essential to ensure that each and every area of the hotel is progressively handed over at the right time. For example, I mean, if you talk about our engineering areas, they should be kind of pre-tested about 7 to 8 months before the hotel opening. All the consultants, we strongly recommend the designers who have designed this hotel should be the one who should be responsible to punch and check if the installation of those equipments have been done in the right way or not. So the consultant needs to be called for at the right time so that their comments are incorporated. Then would be obviously Marriott system testing, inspection by the loss prevention team, the fire life safety team. Obviously, pre-acceptance report is submitted to the ownership and to the owner's project management team. We account for a defect rectification period, which should be, say, about 4 months before opening. And obviously, there would be still minor, small defects which could continue through the whole process. But then the most critical area would be we should give a good amount of time to the hotel operations team so that they are able to simulate that entire property properly. Talking about guest rooms or restaurants and the banqueting spaces, if they are not tested and inspected and simulated properly, obviously that's going to be a not so good experience for the first guest who would arrive at the property. Anything more? Sure.
I think the whole idea of putting this slide was to, put things into perspective. Very often, it is assumed that once the hotel is relatively physically complete, okay, why should it take 6 months to open the hotel? So I think the whole idea was to, put that message across that, we cannot have guests in an untested hotel. There is staff which is coming from different areas, different hotels, or they are fresh. They have never worked as a team. These systems have not been tested over a prolonged period of time. So, we all need to account time for those things to happen. We need to account for time to do the snagging, to, maybe from a 95% completion to bring it to a maybe 98 or a 99% completion, because that the last 3 or 4% of work is the one which will be like a make or a break. It will be all the difference that makes to the guest, between getting a good experience to getting a wow experience.
Absolutely. Jitesh, you want to speak on this one?
Sure. So, I think these are words that we have, heard and thought about over the last, 20, 25 years of, practicing architecture or even, in architecture college. So essentially, if we talk about hotel development, ultimately it's a story. I mean, it's a fiction. Some dream or a story is coming to life in physical form. That is one. The second is, what takes precedence? Is it the functionality, or is it that you just want something to look good? So I think that is a debate which is there in everybody's mind, and it may not be a full debate. It could be also related to very small aspects of design. But we just wanted to put it up there that as operators, we believe that obviously function should take precedence of everything. It has to be workable before it starts looking good. So ultimately, to be able to operate it efficiently in the right manner is the first step. Then you embellish it and make it look good. That visually, it also appeals, because visually is what you see. And ultimately, if it's not efficient, I mean, we talk about return on investment. So I think the key ingredient there would be efficiency. If we make things efficient, I'm sure, the return on investment would be there, guest satisfaction will be there, owner satisfaction will be there. So everybody will be in a win-win situation.
Very, very true. Hotel for us is obviously business, and it has to be profitable. So like what Jitesh mentioned, it all starts from the space planning, how efficient it can be. I can actually name few examples of JW Delhi and JW Sahar Mumbai. Now those are 500 plus, room hotels. And obviously it's a premium luxury brand, JW. But then if you really look at the space planning, I mean, we have one common kitchen, which is actually serving the all-day diner, which is close to 300 plus covers. There's a very large banqueting facility along with a junior ballroom and meeting spaces in either of those hotels, along with specialty restaurant. Now, I could have done multiple kitchens, but then in the cases of both the city hotels, we have one common kitchen. Now, what that does is, obviously, I would have less manning. That's less money spent. I'm saving on energy because it's a more compact back of the house. Obviously, it's also small. I would say relatively smaller kitchens in comparison if it would have been much more spread out. So capital expenditure is also safeguarded. So this is something which I would say we strongly suggest and recommend to our ownership that we should spend enough time in planning the hotel properly, because once it gets built, the structure stays for the next 50, 60, 100 years, and there's very less time there's no chances for us to, I would say, rectify those mistakes. Yeah.
So I think even before we, jump into this, I think one or two things we would like to really, share with the audience, which is our experience, which we gain, every time meeting on new projects with ownerships. So, I mean, what we've observed over the last 4 or 5 years is, when the project comes to us, often, we are already saddled with a structure which is already there. So, I think we spend a lot of time and energy, salvaging that structure and making it, operationally efficient, workable, so on and so forth. I think Michael also alluded to that, often we have a lot of these hotels where the elevator shaft is already a default for any planning, because, it is not been conceptualized in a purposeful manner, targeting a certain brand or a certain operator or a certain market. So often we are saddled with lot of, structures which leave a lot of room for discomfort in the long run. I mean, obviously, we also figured out, once you have the architecture or the structure is built, it stays with you for the next 50, 60, 70 years. So, if we have a compromise, then we have to live with it for the entire life cycle of that project, till such time, it is raised or something is redeveloped over there. So, I mean, this is something we wanted to put it up there, that once you, start that dream of building a hotel, it is also important to sort of, hire the right consultants, advisors, and also target the right, brand, be it anything. I mean, as I said, if once you have an impartial, study done from a third party and identify who are your, target audience or what kind of hotel you want to build, one quickly needs to, also work with experienced people to ensure that the right requirements in terms of physical infrastructure are already built into the architecture of it.
Very true. So these are some slides talking about thumb rules when it comes to, I would say GFA per room. For example, if you talk about, say, a brand like a Courtyard, you'd be looking at a square footage of about 75 square meter per key. So what we essentially try to do is the area program kind of covers that up, but we also ask the architect to also work on a parallel sheet wherein he's able to compare what is reality, what is actual, so that it shouldn't, if it's 75 square meter per key for this Courtyard, it should not go beyond, say, 80 or 85. Many a times when we look at the comparison, it's about 110. Then we work with the architect to bring it down as closer as it can to be to the brand requirement. This is also so important because ultimately, your cost of construction will be related to this square footage per key. So this are, talking about brands in the select service segment. So like 4 Points, Courtyard, Fairfield, Moxie, we have a range which is about 50 to 75 square meters. Talking about Sheratons, Marriotts, Renaissances, or Meridians, which are full service hotels, we would be looking at 90 to 100 square meter per key. And when we talk about luxury brands like JW's, Ritz-Carlton's, and St. Regis, obviously it would be 110 to 130 and above. Again, it all depends on the facilities, the number of rooms. The more the number of rooms, obviously, the more efficient the property turns out to be. Yeah.
So actually, this is a very key metric, which is a, one metric where you can very easily gauge whether you are overbuilding or you are in the range. I would say, I mean, obviously these numbers have been worked upon for average hotels of a reasonable size, 120 to 150 rooms with, the right amount of public area. Obviously, the metric would move if any of those variables change. You have, less number of rooms, or you have proportionately you have more number of public area. Obviously, this metric would move, which would also give you an early insight that obviously, your project cost is going to be higher or within the range. Because ultimately, you are building physical area which needs to be built, finished, services need to be installed over there. More the area, more will be the cost. So it's a direct proportion. So this is one metric which will give you, in a moment it will give you whether you are on the, right track or the wrong track. The second metric within this is the mix between, guest room area, your back of house, and your public area. So I think the sweet spot for select service, mid-market, upscale hotel is roughly, 60% would be guest rooms, 20% would be public areas, and 20% would be back of house. Now, if we move a little below to on the select service side to Fairfields and to Moxies, obviously your proportion of the guest rooms would go slightly above 65 to 70%. Your public area would also be about 15%. Your back of house would be about 15%. And similarly, if you move up on the premium and the luxury side, obviously you'll have more public area. So your, the proportion of the guest rooms would slightly decrease to maybe 55 to 60%. Your, public area would go slightly higher, 20 to 25%, and the rest would be back of house area. So this number moves up and down, but it's again a metric to see what is the distribution of area, because each of those areas have a different level of finish, different level of investment. So it will also help you, in the costing or in the budgeting exercise.
If I may highlight, just remember one thing: 60-20-20. That will get you a long way there already. As Jadesh says, lower the tier, right? The guest room proportion goes up. But I think just as a general planning, we would be very happy if we get that 20% back of house. So just keep in mind 60-20-20. That will give you a great rule of thumb.
I think this talks about the general, planning exercise. And we are just highlighting some of the things that we've noticed over experience, which are important aspects, but yet, they are sometimes missed out. So it's very important, wherever possible, to separate, the guest entry from the service entry. For obvious reasons, you don't want, a utility truck going through the driveway when guests are alighting. It's simple. Likewise, basically when we are designing the drop-off of the hotel, ultimately we need enough lanes to basically there is people alighting as well as getting off. So there is a lot of lanes which we require over there. Not just that, we require a landing area between the entrance of the hotel to the curbside to accommodate all the service infrastructure. Also, there are a lot of guests who are still waiting over there to alight their vehicles, and there are a lot of people who are still getting off.
This is again just a thumb rule. Car parking spaces. Obviously we need to first of all adhere to the local code requirements, and again, car parking spaces would be more in relation to the facilities again. If we are talking about a resort, obviously it will be more proportionate to the number of rooms. And if you're talking about a city hotel with a larger banqueting and F&B facilities, that would be more in relation to that.
So just the last point, of late what we are also seeing, a lot of the projects that we are doing, especially in the select side, are mixed-use projects, which are, I think, a fairly common and accepted way of doing things, where a lot of these parking facilities, these are all shared. So, I don't think there is any restriction from the operator side on not sharing these facilities. It's a question of, accepting liability, who is going to be managing that parking facility.
So this is a small, I would say this is an idea about how can we really look at, I would say, no crossover between the front of the house and the back of those spaces. So we request architects to actually draw them up in two different colors so that we are able to see the front of the house and the back of the house routes, and we are able to, obviously avoid any crossover if need be.
Sure. So basically what we are trying to stress is for every front of house facility, we require a back of house facility. That is there is an operational and a functional linkage which is there and which is very important. So essentially when planning it, the further these two are, the more inefficient things would be. And at the same time, you also need to account for the fact that, there should not be any crossover between, back of house facilities passing through a front of house facility. That will simply not work because, ultimately, services are like a 24/7, you need it any time of the day. So you don't want to, be in a situation where it passes through front of house facilities and there is guest dissatisfaction.
Talking about F&B design, this is a typical revenue split wherein guest room would be about 70% of the revenue, F&B about 30. But then this again varies from location to location, brand to brand, and also depending on the facilities and the market. So in certain markets, that would be, so the guest room could be even 50-50 if you got a larger banqueting. Especially talking about hotels in India, where wedding draws a very important business. That's something to be considered for. Talking about banqueting spaces or any public areas, we strongly suggest to have as much as natural daylight as we can. And obviously, like what Jitesh mentioned, a proper, back of the house connectivity to be able to function them. These are again few guidelines talking about the sizes of the dining area or restaurant spaces. So a typical restaurant, you could look at a thumb rule about 2.5 square meter for per seating capacity. When you talk about this is for a buffet restaurant. Talking about a fine dine restaurant, obviously it will go up slightly closer to a 3 square meter per seat. And talk for, I would say for a table layout, we would be looking at 1.7 square meter per seat. Talking about lounge, executive lounge, typically that is again looked at by feasibility depending on the market. Executive lounge are again for our full service hotels. We would be looking at about 15% executive level rooms. And talking about the size of the executive lounge, we would look at about 1 seat per executive level room. Or to put in another perspective, we could look at about 1.7 to 2 square meter per seating area.
So the restaurant sizing also depends on the kind of hotel you're coming up. So it would be different for a city hotel where people would come in for a meal, where, quickly finish and go. I mean, very quick turnaround. Versus a resort where people have come there to experience, enjoy, and they obviously are coming for leisure. So there, obviously guests use the F&B outlets for an extended period of time. And obviously then that translates to a higher capacity for any restaurant.
Again, we strongly suggest to have a more centralized kitchen so that it can be far more efficient rather than having multiple kitchens at different locations. Banqueting areas and pre-function. Again, a thumb rule which talks about consideration for pre-function facilities. Minimum should be about 40%. Again, as we spoke about weddings as an important component when it comes to banqueting facilities. So, usually it calls for a large buffet spread, which is spread in the pre-function areas. So, even though we would say 40%, but then in many of our hotels, it equates to about 50 to about 60% of the ballroom area. And we highly recommend if it's a wrap-around pre-function, it is far more efficient. We are able to divide the banqueting facility into multiple partitions and maximize on the utilization of that.
Yeah, for example, you're sitting in this ballroom. Obviously, as a single space is quite large, but you would have noticed, this is divisible actually into 4 separate halls. And essentially, it has a wraparound pre-function on 2 sides of it and has, back of house access to all ends. So which gives a lot of flexibility to, hold concurrent events. Now, in terms of, square footage, maybe it's slightly more than would be required for a courtyard. But I think it more than makes up when you talk about the flexibility that it offers. So, at any given point, and I've actually seen it happen, in hotels and similar situations where there are concurrent happening events, especially meetings which are happening concurrently, utilizing the same areas.
We also recommend to have a banqueting sales office, when you have a larger banqueting facility, so that the operations team is able to sell and market the banqueting space better.
Actually, weddings is obviously a big revenue generator in the subcontinent, and to help channelize that and market that in a proper way. Wherever we have an extended banqueting wedding facility, a wedding center or a banquet display really helps showcase what is possible in that particular venue. So we feel that is a USP that specific location would offer to potential people who want to hold events in the space.
Fire life safety, again, an important component. I would say during the planning stage, many a times we come across built structures wherein we don't have enough egress. Banqueting spaces, would be on a first floor or a second floor or a podium level higher than the ground level, and then you end up adding a lot of stairs, which obviously is obviously not efficient that way. Talking about ballroom doors, we strongly recommend to have panic hardware with a mechanism, with a locking mechanism from the outside. We have conferences with expensive materials stored within the banqueting space, conferences which goes for multiple days, and storage of those expensive equipment and obviously security with regards to that is important. So what we recommend is to have panic hardware and a locking mechanism from the outside, so it's safeguarded without preventing or becoming a hindrance to emergency egress. Vertical transportation elevators, again, a very important component. Again, many times we come across situations where we got very undersized elevators. While we mention 1,600 kg, it necessarily does not really mean the carrying capacity, which kind of, if you go to an elevator specification, it would relate to 21 or 23 passenger. But we all know in hospitality business, we would obviously account for 10 to 12 people, which will get into that size of elevator. If you have an undersized elevator, say about 1,000 kgs, so obviously it doesn't really, work for a nice hospitality environment. Again, talking about thumb rules, we would recommend one elevator for 75 rooms. It also depends on how those rooms are stacked up, how many floors they are, so that we also recommend elevator analysis to be done. So this is properly accounted for at the very beginning of the project. Also, talking about the cab, it's ideal to spec the cab before when we speak to the elevator vendor. It's one area where it can be decored well. It comes in a standard size of about 2.2 or 2.4 meters, but then we can obviously communicate to the vendor to have a larger size, height in the elevator, so that it can be decored well. This is about talking about fire exit staircases.
Let's talks about the back of house areas which would be required on the guest room floors for storage of linen or utility trolleys for service. Obviously, there is a staff which is present on all the floors. It also talks about the facilities that they would require, at least conveniences they would require every alternate floor, so that they don't have to come down to the centralized back of house facilities.
This often gets missed out. So having a small pantry which is able to store the linen and also having a small toilet for staff utilization would be highly recommended. Again, many times, we come across situations where ownership would like to have their banqueting, say, on top of the whole structure. We highly recommend against that for the simple reason of vertical transportation. Getting so many people to that event facility becomes a challenge. Also, the elevator core will cut down through all those, I would say, square footage of floor plate on almost every floor, which obviously makes it efficient. Also, talking about event spaces, it's obvious that when the event starts, all of those guests will arrive at the same time and depart at a very similar time. So the elevator doesn't really cut, the vertical transportation. What we recommend is escalators in that particular case. Do we talk about this or same thing? Yeah. Similar to banqueting spaces, sky lobbies or reception area on top of the tower is also, we would like to avoid that unless, it's a special feature for a very luxury hotel because again, it puts additional load on the vertical transportation. Again, a few principles.
Mandar, sorry, just on that point. We're not saying Sky Lobby is no, because and I know there's plenty of hotels out there with Sky Lobby. But an owner needs to realize, an architect needs to realize, you have increased the cost of that hotel by easily 30, 40%. Is that what you want to do? Perhaps it's the best view in the city, right? Perhaps it's a 6-star Ritz-Carlton Reserve, and you really want to have that unique, iconic statement. Fine, do it. But just realize the cost, additional cost incurred is tremendous. But I love Sky Lobby, but I wouldn't want to invest one.
So a few guiding principles to be considered for ceiling heights. For guest rooms, we recommend about 3 meter in the bedroom area, 2.4 meter in the bedroom foyer and the corridors. Most of the public areas we would strongly recommend to have a ceiling height of 4.2 meters. In the banqueting areas, again depending on the scale of the banqueting, say it's about 500 square meters, to have a minimum height about 5 meters. If it's about 500 to about 1,000 square meter, to have a minimum height of again 6 meters. And if for any ballroom above, the minimum should be about 7.5 meters. Now, if you look at this ballroom as an example, you would see a lot of truss and other consideration when it comes to weddings. So the height is considerably reduced, and this thumb rule we would strongly recommend to be followed through. Corridor width, again, 1.5 is a, width is good to have, but we would recommend to have a 1.8 meter clear corridor, especially when it's double loaded. When it comes to back of the house corridors, 2.5 meter is recommended for when it comes to admin offices or change rooms or other back of those areas. 1.5 would be recommended. Guest room sizing, again, as Jitesh explained in the first slide, it all depends on the brand, but then the width of the guest room is all dependent on the arrangement of the bed. We would recommend to have a clear width of 4 meter, minimum for a full service hotel. This again talks about room distribution in terms of bedroom area and bathroom area. When it comes to city hotels, obviously, we recommend to have 70% of the bedroom space where people are going to work on their, laptops when they are, in their desk areas, 30% for the bathroom space. This again could vary depending on the brand to brand. For resorts, obviously the approach would be very different. It could be a 50-50 split between the bedroom and the bathroom arrangement. We, I think, had touched base upon the executive lounge. We'll quickly skip that. Back of the house, it's again all about efficiency, like what we explained before, and to minimize as much as front of the house and back of the house corridors, and also to have different routes and to minimize crossover on waste and fresh good flow. This is just a small diagram which talks about the flow in the back of the house, which is again important. It can't be just one space and which can be split up, but then the staff flow, how they enter a hotel facility, is key to define the areas in their particular zones. Otherwise, there would be a lot of crossover, calling for a lot of inefficiencies. This is a small slide which talks about staffing proportions. Start looking at a limited service Fairfield, Aloft, or an Element hotel. We'll be looking at about 0.5 to 0.7 staffing per key. For a limited service hotel like a 4 points at the Courtyard, we will be looking at about 1 staff per room. For a full service, obviously, it will be in the range of about 1.2 to 1.5. For a luxury property like a Ritz-Carlton or a JW, obviously it will be slightly higher, which will be in the range of about 1.7 to 2 or even more than that. Again, it all depends on the facilities. This is more to do with, I would say, banqueting or F&B, venues. The more, the public areas, obviously, the staffing ratios will increase.
So to help with the planning process, right upfront, the Marriott operation teams obviously give a tentative manning based on which the planning of the back of house areas can take place. Now that manning is obviously tentative for planning purposes, but as we move closer to the opening, that is when the actual manning is submitted by operations. And when the hotel opens, obviously there is a certain ramp-up period. So obviously it ramps up slowly. So when we are in the planning exercise, obviously we need to plan for the full capacity in a stabilized state.
So for back of the house office spaces in general, what we recommend is only 3 closed offices, which would be for the general manager, the director of HR, and the director of finance, for obvious reasons. The rest of the associates could be in a nice open office layout so that there is more interaction. By virtue of it, we are also able to safeguard the square footage space for the back of the house. Oh, sorry, that's all. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
If you have any questions, I'm sure we've run out of time, but we'll be happy to, we are around. We'll be happy to address any individual queries anybody would have.
Thank you so much.
Ultimately, just let me add one thing. Ultimately, the idea is that if you guys know how to design a hotel, then there's really no need or less need for Mandar, Jidesh, and I. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? If you compare me 27 years ago, before Marriott, and now, what's the difference? The only difference is I know the stuff inside out. Other than that, I was still an architect, I was still a designer. There is no difference. So how do we empower you guys so that when you talk to an owner and consultant and others, that you have that confidence, right? So much of what we do is about confidence. If you have the confidence, And you can say, when owner says, oh, we only need 10% back of house. And you can say, no, Marriott says they're the biggest hotel company that you need minimum 20, right? So use that. Use that for your advantage. Use it for your way to get the owner to understand what are the basic requirements. Because if you guys get it right, then there's less need for us to be working on stuff that are not really important. Then we can all focus on the important stuff, which is how to improve the design, how to get a greater concept, how to be innovative. If you are only dealing with the basic stuff, you never even have a chance to do something really great, wonderful, push the envelope. So we want everybody to be equipped with the basic knowledge, then we can move on forward. That's the whole idea. Thanks.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Wang. And I'd like to request the two of you to please join us in Hospitality Design Excellence. Sir, may I request you to please join us on stage? And let's hear a round of applause. Like they mentioned, we might not have opportunity in this particular session for an open house, but we'd like to welcome them during our networking breaks later in the evening. Thank you so very much. Been a pleasure having you. Well, before I introduce to you my next speaker, I want to know how many of you here happen to be on social media, on Twitter, on Instagram, Facebook. How many of you here are on social media? 100% of us, right? So you can see our hashtag right there. You have some amazing sessions happening. I'd really like to encourage all of you to please take pictures, take videos, share content, share what you think about the theme that we've created. We have a lot of special sessions lined up and telling us a lot about how we can navigate through challenges and latest design trends. And talking about the ever-evolving landscape of design trends, I have the one and only Mr. Michael Wang joining us on stage. A round of applause once again as he steps forward, please. Let's hear a round of applause and welcome him. Thank you.
They want me to go through this real quick so that we have a proper sequence of the agenda. So we talked a lot about design, rules of thumbs. We talked about how to maximize profit for owners, how to create growth for the company, for Marriott, how to help designer to design better, more creative products. So I just thought I would want to just touch on one other aspect of design, and that is what's happening around us. As you know, the design world now, you and I and all of our younger generation of customers, the millennials, they are really, really interested in experience, right? I think just like you and I, when we go to a hotel, we want experience. We want something unique. We want something special. Everybody's looking for that special experience. So if everybody's looking for special experience, do you still have special experience? So I like to just talk about that for a little bit. It's not very long, but just challenge our thought a little bit, and which is, what is luxury? Luxury means different things for different people, right? Luxury for me could be time. Luxury for somebody else may be space. So luxury means different things for different people, but let's just talk about in general what I feel and some of our colleagues feel luxury is all about, so that we can take away from this and maybe synthesize and create something even more different when it comes to the idea of luxury and luxury hotels. Okay, so Karen already gone through this. We know these are our key luxury hotels within the Marriott Group. We have tons of luxury hotels coming and more to come. And I think what is interesting to us, and Kieran can attest to that, is that the world, unfortunately, is going through this too extreme, right? Luxury hotels, 5-star, 6-star hotels are doing really well. And then the other extreme, the select service, the courtyards, the 4 Points, the lower tier hotels are doing also extremely well. So you got this polarization going of extremely expensive hotels that is supposed to be catered to certain customers, and then you have the low tier. But we are going to deal with the lower tier products and how to speed up, how to create a more consistent product tomorrow. So we'll leave that tomorrow. We're not going to talk about it today, but we want to talk about luxury. Okay. So, the changes in luxury travel. Traditional luxury is all about glamour, about being stylish, about classic, sensual. It's a very, frankly, kind of my age group way of thinking. But it's transforming. The transformation in the luxury space, it's all about experience. It's all about bespoke. It's all about something that you can only experience perhaps once, and it's only customized to you. So it's a very, very personalized type of experience is where luxury is heading. So it's about purposeful self-discovery, broadening your mind, learn something, and also to evoke an emotion. I think that's the most important, right? And everything is about making sure that you get your true value for money by having a great memory of whatever it is that you experience. So it's no longer just a beautiful space and a wonderful service. It must be much, much deeper than that. Experiential, right? So what is luxury? To some, luxury is this. It's fast cars, airplane. Other, it's about having a very personalized experience. Personalized design, very personalized point of view. To others, it's about expansive space. It's about going somewhere that you will only go once. To others, luxury is quiet time, meditation. So, luxury, it can be defined to us in these key characters that we feel is really important. Color. Color evoke emotions. So color is very important. Attention to details. Now, attention to details all come down to luxury, and I'll give you a great example. We have many places, even within Marriott, which I can tell you that there are great hardware, right? Everything looks right, but it doesn't have the software. So attention to detail is not just about making sure you have the right cups, have the right chair, but attention to detail is also that you know that guest's name, and you know that there's certain things about him that he needs that you know before he even does, right? That's also part of attention to detail. Personalize. At our luxury tier, basically every customer's name is called when they checked in. Personally, I still don't know how we do it. I don't have that kind of memory, but I'm just happy that our associates who are managing luxury hotels, they remember your name and they know what you like and what you don't like. That is luxury. Authentic. Authenticity is so important. And it's a very difficult one because I just came back from a wonderful trip in Croatia, Amsterdam, and Spain. And I keep looking at what a wonderful experience it is when you go to Europe, right? And everything, what is it about all of this that you see? It's about authenticity. You cannot fake it. It is just all around you, the authentic use of material, color, stone that's been there 1,000 years. You cannot fake that. That's authentic. And you and I know it. When we go to Europe, when we go place that has so much history, it's there. You feel it. You experience it, right? But this is not bad, okay? This is one of our hotels. It's very colorful, and it's trying to be authentic as much as you can. But at the end of the day, the only thing you can do is to make sure that you use authentic tile. You use the best fabric. You use the best wood, and use the best paint, and have a wonderful spatial experience. Okay? Guest-centric design. So again, it's all about customizing that guest experience so that they know it's something that's done just for them and not somebody else. It's not a cookie cutter experience, but it is customized to this couple. That wife is pregnant and she just wanted to have a pickle. This has been a story that's been told by Mr. Marriott many times, right? The wife is pregnant, she wanted a pickle, and we delivered her 2 pickles and a scoop of ice cream, which is just what she wanted. And nobody else would understand that, right? Except for the customer who are serving them to know those kind of details. That's bespoke, and that is unique experience. Of course, this is really important, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we have Bonvoy, and Bonvoy is very, very powerful. You can just search a city, go to the city, depending on where you want it, depending on how deep your pocket is, you can pick right away the room, and it will give you, even to the point that you can customize, right? The kind of room you want. You want double bed, single bed, and Marriott's even looking at the next step. Perhaps there are rooms that are not as attractive that would be discounted. What's wrong with that? Because if I'm a businessman, I'm traveling just one night, I don't need a wonderful room with a great view. I just want to have a comfortable bed and move on. So customizing that type of selection and experience is also what Marriott is moving towards. Okay, and of course, the whole thing is luxury has to be a seamless experience. The minute that I get out of the plane to the minute that I get back on the plane, that should be the focus for any luxury-oriented hotel. It really is about the whole experience, because any broken chain will ruin that experience. And that includes me coming not here, but before here on a trip, right? The arrival experience ruined everything, even though everything about it afterward was great. Wonderful room, wonderful service, great food, but just somewhere along the chain, somebody didn't think it through. Somebody didn't anticipate it, and it ruins it. It doesn't take much. It's the little things that makes the difference for us, right? But pre-arrival follow-up is critically important for us. Airport pickup. I mean, we all know this, how important it is. You've been traveling 12 hours, 16 hours, and you get to the airport and you want that airport pickup. And again, just happened to me. Fortunately, it wasn't our hotel chain, so I can't call the GM and bitch and moan about it. But they didn't have my name. They didn't know I was coming. They thought I was coming on another flight. Well, that ruined my trip. It doesn't take much. It's attention to details. Again, arrival, right? The bellboy, knowing your name. Don't even have to ask, do I have to pick up your luggage or not? It should be automatic. Check in. They should know your name. They should get it ready. They should know the difference between a couple holding hand coming to a resort versus this guy in a suit and a luggage, and he looks very impatient, and he is checking in. Do you use the same check-in rule? If you're luxury, if you're a good operator, you don't. The couple who are holding hands, they want that welcoming drink. They want to have that flower around their neck. The guy who's in a suit with a luggage looking very aggravated, don't give him anything. Send him straight to the room. He would appreciate it. Not because we're trying to give him a different experience, because that's what he expects. So customizing the experience for the customer, you have to have some open eye to anticipate what that customer really is asking for. That is bespoke experience. Then, of course, the guest room, the best part, right? Room arrival with the little name card with your name on it, you know, anticipating you're going to have an anniversary. The room, the bathroom, super important. By the way, if you guys haven't been to this hotel, I highly recommend it. It's our JW in Phu Quoc. Wonderful, wonderful hotel. You must experience it. Minibar. It must be loaded up with everything that you want. Get drunk if you have to, or just have some nice drink. Then, of course, buffet. I don't like buffet personally, but for those who do, it needs to be sumptuous, a lot of different selection. And again, this is the experience I just had 2 days ago. So I went to W in Amsterdam. No big deal. Breakfast time. I go to, they said, you must try it. It's a Michelin star all-day dining. And I'm thinking, all-day dining is all-day dining. It's going to be the same thing. I'm going to have a couple of eggs and then some bacon, and that's about it. Well, I'll tell you, first of all, it is a Michelin star restaurant, incredibly well done, and it was the best breakfast I have ever had, probably in 10 years. That's how incredible it can be. When you do it right, when you do something unique, the customer will never forget. I will never forget the W Amsterdam breakfast experience. I didn't think it would happen. I think, you know, breakfast is just breakfast. But when you have it done right, you'll never forget it. Specialty restaurant. You got to give customer choices. You want 100% capture rate. You don't want that guest to think, I need to go outside to eat first, right? If you have great restaurants, they should be eating at the hotel. Specialty bar, so important. Pool bar. W have great pool bar experience. In-room dining, same thing. Meeting room events, it needs to be special. We're trying really hard now to help the owner to give that unique meeting experience that no other city will have. So it's no longer just a rectangular shoebox, right? You can start to create unique, completely unique experience, different space, different quality of lighting and experience for the guests. So that, especially for wedding business, it's so important. Weddings are a huge revenue maker for all of us, right? So how are you going to get that bride-to-be to take your ballroom versus the next? You need things like this, that they will say, hey, I'm getting married here, nowhere else. Hey, butler service. This is, of course, 5, 6-star, but boy, when you have a butler, you can never go back not having one. Concierge. It makes such a big difference, right? When concierge know what you want and where you should go. Between that and sorry, this is another story just happened at the concierge at Sheraton in Croatia that we were at. This lady was incredible. She knew everything about the city. She anticipated where we should go first, second, and third. And I wrote a note to the GM. I said, Nora is a fantastic concierge. You should make sure to promote her. And you know what? She only started 2 weeks. And the GM told me she is not going anywhere. Because of my note, she is going to be promoted and get a permanent position. So it makes a huge difference how we can have that wonderful experience over a average experience or a forgettable experience. Oh, and the spa. Don't need to say much here. It's just, it's always good to have one. Kids Club. Kids Club is getting to be really, really big for us because it's all about the kids. You can have a wonderful resort and your kids club sucks and your kids don't like it, you're not going back. Nobody likes to have upset kid. Similar to a happy wife is a happy life. Same thing, a happy kids is a happy resort experience. So we are dialing up more and more about Kids Club because really is very important. And one of the most successful Kids Club I've experienced so far is unfortunately, it's not one of our brand. It's a Movenpick in Bali. What they have done is super smart and from a money-making point of view, it's just great. So imagine this. You have all-day dining here, and you have this wonderful pirate ship, 2 stories tall, Kids Club here. And what's in between? It's a Kids Club all-day dining. So kids all go to the kids all-day dining all day long. They don't want to go back to the room. They don't want to do anything else. They hang out at the Kids Club, and then they get French fries, ice cream, sundaes, more fries, and they charge up everything to the parents' bill, to the shock of when the parents check out. But it's a great business. It truly is probably the best relationship between all-day dining and Kids Club that I have seen so far. That's a great thing to remember, by the way. Same thing, recreational activities, super important to give you that well-rounded experience at the resort. Swimming pool, again, kids pool, fitness center. This is controversial. You know, we have a lot of owners that push back. Who works out anymore? But actually, that's not true. Our study shows that more and more people, especially young people, work out more than ever before. Guest laundry, turn down service, right? A little flower on the bed, a little bit of scent, let them know that you care, and check out. So it's completely seamless experience. I won't go into these, but these are just some of the great hotels we opened recently. And because we're running out of time, I'm gonna spare you guys. So thank you very much.
So very much, Mr. Wang, and we'd like to take a moment and honor you the Indian traditional way. For the same, may I request you to please join us center stage as I extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Vibhor Srivastava, Managing Director, ITP Media India. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Romil Moses, Director, Garnet. May I also present to you Mr. Surinder Shah, Director, Garnet, requesting our presenters to please join us here on stage. They often say that if you want to honor somebody the traditional Indian way, you must present them and wrap your love through the traditional Indian shawl. And I'd like to request the two of you to please step forward and present Ms. Wang with a shawl, a stole to honor him. May I also request Mr. Vibhor Srivastava to join us here on stage. A round of applause as we present him with the traditional Indian shawl and a memento to remind him of the wonderful time that we're having here. And I'd also like to thank the entire team of Garnet for being our partners as we look forward to this fantastic moment. Thank you, Mr. Moses. Thank you, Mr. Shah, for being here. And as we look forward to having some fantastic sessions ahead of us, we always do believe that there's a time in our life that we really crave for a good cup of tea or a good cup of coffee and such fantastic company around. I'd like to welcome all of you to please join us in the lawn area for networking, meeting our partners at the exhibition. Also, we have some very spectacular partner booths. I'm sure they'll be glad to see you there. A humble request to please be back in the hall in the next 15 minutes because we have a lot that we'd like to touch upon, some very interesting sessions. Later in the evening, we have a lot of entertainment, a musical evening that we've planned out for you. I know you all have a lot to cover. I promise you it's going to be fantastic. So please do be around, network, exchange contacts, connect. In the next 15 minutes, we meet again for a very, very spectacular panel discussion. So please, requesting all of you all to be back so that we can start in time. Thank you. We meet at 5:25 right here. Looking forward to seeing all of you join in. We have high tea being served in the lawn area. Please do join us for the same. Thank you. May I please request the hotel staff to set the stage for our panel discussion?
the good old days, back when all of our critical apps.
Welspun has set up one of the most technologically advanced manufacturing facilities for producing carpet tiles, broadloom carpets, artificial grass and SPC flooring in India. We are globally certified with platinum-rated LEED certification by IGBC, a certified zero-waste plant and many more. It is one of the few vertically integrated plants for carpet tiles in India, and we maintain the highest quality right from using our in-house color pigments to the extrusion of various types of yarns for the manufacturing process. Our world-class yarn processing ensures highest quality output to create our carpet tiles. The tufting unit with large number of machines ensures high production capacity while maintaining quality and consistency. Our wall-to-wall carpet production unit not only offers unique tufted carpets, but also offers printed and highly sophisticated customized carpet designs that are used in some of the top hotels. With our trademark Ecolite backing and our specialized cushion backing, we ensure high underfoot comfort and noise reduction. This is the most automated packaging facility, which ensures high-quality product delivered to you in the best shape. Our hard flooring stone polymer composite tiles are the amalgamation of both quality and design and can be widely used in commercial, hospitality and residential projects. Our state-of-the-art NABL accredited labs ensure we deliver only the best product to our consumers. All our products are also tested in top US labs, ensuring the world-class quality. With Welspun, your flooring needs end here, as we are your one-stop flooring solution. Step up to Welspun flooring with our Made in India, made for the world products.
Dolphy Group welcomes you to experience the most luxurious hotel amenities. We are one of the biggest suppliers of hotel room products. The most seen door locks and corridors are Dolphy RFID locks. Get sustainably designed Dolphy washroom solutions for a touchless and affluent washroom experience. Dolphy's premium range offers a sense of security, safety, and opulence. With more than 1,000 premium hotel amenities by us, our hotel room products are technically designed to enhance guests' experience.
Dolphy.
Protect what is vital to life in an ever-changing world. At Ecolab, we partner to make the world cleaner, safer, and healthier, helping customers succeed while protecting people and the resources vital to life. Together with our customers, we help prevent the spread of pathogens and safeguard the sustainability of our future. To create communities where people are healthy, our planet is respected, and businesses can thrive. for the past 100 years and for generations to come. At Ecolab, we are protecting what's vital.
As industries evolve and strive to do more with less, count on Ecolab to help you optimize, protect, and delight. With optimized operations, we help improve efficiencies and deliver consistent results. We help protect reputations, proactively working to safeguard your brand and alleviate customer concerns. Cleaner and safer environments lead to delighted guests, customers, residents, students, and staff. Ecolab is here to help power your performance so you can deliver for your customers, providing a safe, healthy, and unbeatable experience.
The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are. Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy, we make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you, helping machines talk to each other and to you, making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we do more with less? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open, humans of all sorts from all over learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to help power and connect what you do every day, to ensure that life is on, everywhere, for everyone, at every moment. The world.
Klima Veneta is a leading global HVAC equipment manufacturer established in 1971, offering sustainable and energy-efficient products in India. We manufacture chillers, heat pumps, and precision air conditioners of the highest quality in a state-of-the-art manufacturing plant near Bangalore. Our products find applications in centralized air conditioning systems found in malls, commercial complexes, office buildings, hotels, hospitals, data centers, pharma, and various industries. We are India's first HVAC chiller company that produces an AHRI and Eurovent certified chillers, which are developed and tested in an NABL accredited test lab on an AHRI certified test bed. Klima Veneta is a certified market leader, always at the forefront of innovation and technology. Our manufacturing process begins with careful selection of raw materials, which are thoroughly inspected as per a rigorous quality assurance program and stored in our warehouse. The materials are then kitted as per the specific production order. We now move on to advanced manufacturing processes, which are the heart of our operation, beginning with base assembly at M1 and ending with testing of the product at M5 as per global quality and AHRI standards. The main manufacturing line is supported by sub-assemblies. The first sub-assembly produces shell and tube heat exchangers as per ASME standards, which include copper tube bundling, careful fabrication of the shell and tube assembly, and welding onto the tube sheet. The second sub-assembly is responsible for the secret to our success, the most effective condensers that optimize performance at all operating conditions. And finally, the third and most crucial sub-assembly, CE certified electrical panels with best-in-class components. All products are finished in a well-planned, safe area optimized to produce the maximum number of machines. Once completed, the units undergo a final leak test before being packed for dispatch. Klima Veneta strives to deliver robust, technologically advanced, and reliable products, taking advantage of efficient manufacturing processes that exceed standards followed globally. Thank you for joining us on this tour of our plant.
In a world of constant innovation and change, safety is a top priority. As India gears up to empower the world, Swastik Synergy Engineering Private Limited gears up to excel in this mission. Delivering reliable and innovative solutions through an unwavering commitment to customer satisfaction. The first Asian company to offer kitchen fire extinguishing system. The production process involves in-house design, laser sheet cutting, cylinder manufacturing, machining, automated filling of extinguishant, leak testing, marking and labeling, in-process inspection such as helium leak test, hydro testing, pre-dispatch inspection,
Since its inception, Swastik Synergy has grown to staggering heights, and we have won a very diverse and a very prestigious clientele across the globe.
Swastik Synergy Engineering Private Limited. Safety partners in your success story.
Salone will be back in spring, and we are looking forward for spring after a long period, 2 years of pandemia.
I think the pandemic brings the hygienic. People don't want to touch anymore, especially in public areas. Touch-free is a trend in a bathroom, and you can use in the shower or in the mirror or in the wash basin. So the electronic faucet or the high technology, I think, go into the bathroom again. From our side, we like a lot the high technology, but always hidden technology, because at the end, we like the natural material.
Colors are back, and the pleasure of tactile sensoriality is best shown in the Indian culture. That's why we think that the soul of India is something wonderful to export. We believe that Jaquar is the right company to work for us. I believe that after pandemia, the rethinking of health is becoming more and more important. For the big hotel companies in India, the combination of soul and spirit and body experience is already there. That's why I believe that the old tradition of yoga in India is very, very helpful. I believe the bathroom is a turning point for all hotels. The experience when I arrived to India, of course, is related to the color, to the material, but first of all to the quality of craftsmanship.
Everyone needs a place they can call a home, a space they can withdraw into, to create cozy memories, to power up for the hustle that awaits. When your home can offer so much, it deserves much more. It deserves solutions of tomorrow, which were brought to life in 1923, that continued to evolve and outrun the times. It all started with just one thought: to help people make more of their homes. With the highest quality home interior solutions, the future of homes was unleashed. Germany's homes seemed to be transforming. Soon, the world began noticing a new side of smarter living, and the doors across borders began to open. Today, almost 100 years later, homes in 150 countries enjoy all that Hey Fella has to offer, including the most diverse market, India. A thorough understanding of the market since 2003 has helped us strengthen our core position as a hardware leader, as well as adapt to the specific needs of this region and venture into related home interior categories, such as home appliances, furniture lighting, bathroom solutions, and interior surfaces. Being the world leaders of innovative home solutions, we have left no stone unturned when it comes to creating architectural marvels, interior designing benchmarks, and unparalleled luxurious living. All this with the highest quality standards and a heritage that is true blood German, bringing absolute ease in everyday home living. It's time to relook your space, the one you like to withdraw into. It's time to recreate that corner, the one you create memories in. It's time to reinvent the time you spend when you power up for the hustle that awaits. It's time to reimagine your homes today, the one place you will call your own forever.
Again, I'd like to bid all of you all a very good evening. May I please request our guests in the lawn area to join us inside the main hall and take a seat. We are all set to begin. Reminding our guests that we still have a few more sessions lined up before we break for the entertainment and the gala. So may I please request all of you to join us inside. Once again, I'd like to request all our guests in the pre-function area and the lawn to please join us inside. We are all set to begin. Once again, a very good evening to all our guests still in the lawns. I love it that you're networking, you're meeting our partners, you're making most of your time here, using this opportunity to the very best. I really will appreciate if you could join us inside the ballroom. I promise you nothing more time. A little later in the evening, over drinks, music, we have a lot of time to engage over these couple of days. For now, I'd like to request you to please join us inside. We are about to begin with our panel discussion. Those of our guests already in the ballroom, may I request you to please settle down. Thank you. Good evening to all our guests, and let me extend a very warm welcome to all of you yet again. Well, I assure you there's a lot happening, a lot in store over these 2 days. A little later in the evening, after our panel discussion and a few expert speaker sessions, we will open up for networking by the poolside. We're going to follow it up by a gala right here in the ballroom, where we have one of the best percussionists, a band, and a DJ who will be joining us to make sure that we all have a fun evening together over drinks. That's right, sir. Lots of dancing and we're going to make sure we use this space to the very best. Of course, tomorrow we have many more knowledge sharing sessions happening right here in this ballroom. First thing in the morning, we meet at 9:30. But before all of that, I'd like to welcome all of you yet again to our panel discussion. A lot of people were concerned about, money making. At the end of the day, we're all in it for business, for money, right? So how is it that we can derive profit out of design? Talking a lot about this very important segment will be our next set of speakers. And before I invite them and welcome them here on stage, I'd like to request our guests at the back end of the hall to please take a seat. Please do oblige us by settling down. May I request everyone at the back end of the hall, I love the fact that you're all in conversation, but for now, just as a respect to our speakers who will be stepping on stage, may I please request all those of you inside the hall to take a seat. Those of you who still happen to be in the lawn area will unfortunately miss out on a lot of key takeaways that we assure you our panelists will give away. So may I request those of you in the lawns to please join us inside. If I may request the team to please shut the doors. We are all set to begin with our panel discussion. May I extend a very warm welcome to our panelists joining us on stage, Mr. Chris Singer, Managing Director, SCSY Studio Singapore. Please welcome Mr. Dev Malhotra, Group Advisor, Sales and Marketing and Head Hospitality Business Division, Jaquar Group. May I also welcome Mr. Ganesh Madhusamy, Principal, Aston Design, Singapore. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Gaurav Singh, Market Vice President, South and East India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, Marriott International. A very warm welcome to Mr. Madhav Joshi, Principal Architect, Madhav Joshi and Associates. May I also present to you our panelists, Mr. S.P. Reddy, Chairman and MD, Terminus Group. A very warm welcome. Moderating this very interesting session will be Mr. Michael Wang, requesting all of you to please take a seat. I'd like to request all our guests to please take a seat as per the images at the back end so that my audience can connect with you all. Gentlemen, may I request you all to please join us on stage? Once again, requesting our guests in the pre-function area to join us inside and take a seat. Those of our guests at the back end of the hall, as respect to our guests on stage, may I request all of you to please settle down. Guests at the back end, ma'am, lady in red, may I request you to please take a seat.
Good afternoon. Okay, let's put the pudding to the test here. Let's all try to be as honest as possible. And I just ask that we all try to be succinct so that everybody gets a point across, so we can get as many questions as possible. I must say, I apologize, I'm terrible with names. So I'm going to have to be staring back and forth, trying to make sure I got the name right. But let's get going. Mr. Chris Singer, you're a managing director, you're an architect. Let me ask you, what is your biggest pain point in designing hotel during the process that you can share with us?
We don't have pain. We enjoy the challenges, I think. There's always challenges that come up with any lengthy design process, but after you've been doing it for a while, you become inured to pain and you begin to enjoy the challenges. And often out of surprising situations, you can create opportunities. And that's really how we approach design. Always looking to create the positive out of what might be a difficult situation. I think that's what you learn after years in the business.
So a big part of it is attitude.
Yeah, you need to always look on the positive side. You need to inspire your clients, inspire your team, inspire your co-consultants to not feel too much pain, because it's a difficult process. It's a very complex process, and a lot of our owners are doing it because they actually quite enjoy designing. And we're the sort of the conductors, the facilitators for that enjoyment. So try not to let things be painful, I guess is the message, yeah.
Great, thank you, thank you. Buddy, Ganesh, you must have some pain that you can share with us. Karen is here, so make sure you say the right thing.
Okay, hi everyone. Hi Michael, hi Karen, and the panels and the boards. Thank you for this. I mean, we come into, I would say, rather than putting it this way, let's not call it pain points. Let's call it challenges, if we can redefine that. You know, we come into different challenges. I'm just going to pick up a few. Indecisive, I think that's one important thing, where, you know, we are indecisive or our clients are indecisive what we want to do. And that's definitely a pain point. And the second pain point, of course, is what we have designed is that proportionate to the depth of the pocket, right? So it looks great on papers and everything can it be really made. I think design process has to be the other way around, when you try and manage what's your depth of the pocket and then design it. I think these are two important things, I would say, are the immediate challenges.
Great, great. Well, we must talk to an owner on this next topic, which is very controversial, and I think a lot of people are going to have different view. Let's go with Ms. Reddy. So on brand standards, design standard, it's been called by many as Bibles, others by piece of trash, and all kinds of different names. But from your point of view, how do you see brand standard as a document? Pros, cons?
I wish you asked me the same question you asked Chris and this guy, what's the pain point? Because I'm the only guy on this stage who's the owner, who spends money. I'm the guy who's paying him money to design, so he's getting pain but getting paid. Okay? So that's the thing. I will answer, since you didn't ask me a question, but I'm asking that question to myself, what's my pain point, okay? And then I'll answer your brand standards.
Fair enough.
The biggest pain point for any owner is to manage cost, optimize resources. That's the biggest challenge. Now, how do you do that? How many of you are here in this panel? Raise your hands who are the owners of the hotel. A bunch of them. How many of you are the first-time hoteliers? Okay. You please listen to me, okay? All right? Okay. So, brands have standards. Brands have standards which, to me, in some sense, don't make sense. For example, I always challenge the brands to differentiate the hotel where it's located. If it's a hotel located here, like we're staying, and a business hotel, I keep challenging them, why would somebody need a 44 square meters W hotel room in a business district right in the middle of a downtown? So I keep challenging them, you don't need it. And the other brand standards which I really hate is having a bathtub. Okay? They keep forcing you to have a bathtub in a business hotel. How many of you travel on a business trip on a weekday, Monday through Friday, use the bathtub? Zero, right? So brand standards are good, but I think as a hoteliers, young hoteliers, upcoming hoteliers, they need to be engaged with the brand. They have great ideas, they see the world, they travel across, but you need to keep challenging yourself and question the brand. Why do you need this? Why do you need that? And this is a collaborative effort. So having those brand standards really help you value your property. Okay? That's very important. Why do we sign with brands like Marriott? Because they maintain that consistency, and the brands, wherever you go, okay, look and feel is the same. The size of the room probably depends on the brand. So the brands are ever keeping, they keep changing their few here and there every few years. And we have to adapt to it. And one of the challenges as owners we have is, we want to start making money in the very second year or a third year. By the time we reach fifth year, you guys will come up with another list of things, change this, change that, change it, then we have to put money back. Okay? So if we could design the hotels and the standards, which are very cost effective, okay? And especially in having developed hotels in US and developing hotels here, I think we do overboard. I think it will help the brands to keep the rein on the developers, on the hoteliers. Guys, don't do too much, you know. You don't need a 9 meters banquet hall in a Fairfield Lane or a Courtyard, you know, things like that. So those are some of my, from the brand standards. They're good, but one has to follow it. It's a three-way. It's an architect, the design consultant, and the brand together. If you do it in a collaborative manner, I think you'll get the best product out of this.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. It was a great response. And so, of course, now we have to ask the principal of an architect. So from your point of view, Madhav, what is brand standard to you?
Brand standards actually give you the basic guidelines, even if you want to call them like minimums, depending upon, but what Mr. Reddy was bringing home the point that it's not always about the minimums. I mean, if you compare to the standards, the way they are set, I mean, there's a lot of scope to sort of optimize them or, you know, come to the lower side, you know. So we'll have to just rationalize those on a situation, contextual situation, and probably tweak certain standards. And that, actually, there's an opportunity to do that in the process of Marriott itself, because when you formulate design brief for that particular property, that's the window where you can sort of optimize those factors to suit the property client's vision. For example, in certain situation, certain clients have already understanding of the market, and even if, for say, like Courtyard Marriott doesn't require a huge ballroom, but the marriage business is so much that you want to sort of expand that component, which is not as part of the standards, but yes, I mean, it's very more relevant for that particular property. So there is a flexibility, I mean, which is being exercised by Marriott itself, but needs to, in his opinion, or also even I agree with him, that can be tweaked a little further depending upon position of brand in a tight market situation where the property prices are premium, and we can optimize that as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your support. Now, of course, Gaurav, as an operator, marketing vice president, you deal with complaint from owner, we hear complaint from operations, Michael, how come your team didn't give us this, didn't give us that? What is your point of view on design standards and to keep it versus being flexible?
Well, firstly, I'd like to say I don't think we hear enough complaints. I think we hear more positives than complaints, both from the owners and from the operators and from our design partners. But I would say from the brand standard perspective that while it's a very important tool for us to be able to get our business to work in a manner that is desired, the flexibility in it, which was touched by both Madhav and Mr. Reddy here, speaking on what one can do in specific markets to achieve better success. A combination of both is extremely critical for the success of what you're aiming to do. For us as operators, and for Marriott in particular, standards are gospel, right? If you don't have them, we are not going to be able to achieve our day-to-day operations in the manner desired, because there will be different people running the business, and those rules sort of allow different people to be able to imbibe by the rules. At the same time, the rules are meant to be renewed, are meant to be refreshed, or challenged when required. If you were to blindly accept them, then I think we are not doing our jobs either. I would really urge our operations team, even support of the design team, to continuously evolve and innovate in that space and say, the world is changing on a daily basis, and we need to bring those changes into our lives on a daily basis as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to Mr. Malhotra. What is your point of view on design standard? Do you have any recommendation for us as we can see we do something differently with the document? Can it be evolved? Are we doing, what are we doing right? What are we needing to focus more on?
If I look at the entire concept of brand standards, the design, I would like to look at it from the point of view of a customer who's staying in a hotel. Now, what is important is that a customer who goes to a hotel and stays for 2 nights or 3 nights, he would not have time or an intent to learn new things. Say, for example, how to operate a tap or how to operate a switch. He would like to have things which are, done in a very simple manner, which he can understand and do it without any guidance. So I think keeping the things very simple, keeping the designs which are very, very attractive in terms of form, but in terms of function, they are very simple. That, I feel, is what is the responsibility of a brand and to deliver as a brand standard. So that would also ensure that, the operational efficiency of all the products which are used, the solutions which have been provided is maintained, and we optimize the 2 prime objectives that we have in a hotel. See, one of the prime objective is your scores on customer satisfaction. So that should be high. So the moment the customer feels that whatever is provided is very easy to use, easy to operate, and is very good in function, his satisfaction is going to be very high. And the second is, how do we optimize our costs? How do we optimize our revenues? So how the various solutions and the products which have been provided, how those are responding in terms of its maintenance, in terms of its upkeep. So I think that is what matters. So this is perhaps what should be a part of maintaining the brand standards.
Great recommendation. Something for us to think about. Mandar, taking notes? Great. Ganesh, now, ID, it is so important. A lot of times we forget that there are other things than just interior design for a hotel. But let's face it, a beautiful hotel, you're going to have happier guests than a ugly, outdated, irrelevant hotel. From that light, how do you see brand standard? Does it hinder you? Does it help you? Does it give you a right framework to design from? What is your point of view on design standard from an interior design point of view?
So ID deals with, when architecture deals with outside in, we deal with inside out. So inside out means you're living in the hotel and you're being a part of the hotel. That's your space, that's your house, and what your surroundings looks like, what's the outside look like. And that's what we're more interested in rather than, outside in. Now, having to look at brand standards, yes, a lot of points needs to be given for brand standards because they help us to strategize what are the spaces that we need to put where and how to organize these spaces, depending upon whatever the brand that we're looking at, right? So I would give quite a lot of points for that, trying to guide us in a way that we can design a particular space in a particular way. But then at the same time, it also probably pinches us a little bit because your creative side of it is so much that has been controlled, right? So by saying that, you are giving a brand to its standard or what it is, but as a satisfied designer, there is always a question mark of how satisfied you are, right? For example, Karen was talking about the tribute in coaching. Well, small, big rooms, but the amount of satisfaction that we had in designing that because we had all the fun, and because it was a tribute. But I can't say just because we did that, we're going to do a JW with that, or a Marriott like that. We can't do that, right? So, but it's always nice to have that little edge for designs rather than a controlled kind of a setup. But then I think there is some flexibility coming out in different brands, I believe.
Great. Great. Now, Chris, have to ask you, so you from a designer, architect point of view, design standard, I'm sure you read all 175 pages of it. Where any point of view that you can offer us from successful architectural firm, you guys are big, done a lot of work with us. What would you do differently? What any room for changes that you could help us? We're all partners, so always love to hear.
Yeah, I mean, when I was a young architect, I literally did read the standards from front to back because I think you have to when you're just entering practice. And then after a while, particularly when you work with big groups like yours, some other companies, you start to pick out the main themes, and then you learn it by heart, basically. And back in the day, maybe 15, 20 years ago, the criticism was there was zero flexibility, particularly from Marriott, I have to say. They were very rigid in applying those standards. What the solution, I think, now is what your teams are doing very well, is being flexible. Owners often know their market very well. They have other buildings, so they understand how things work in their particular situation. So they'll push back. And, I think the good guys on your technical services teams can accept those things now. They have the authority and the confidence to be able to be flexible. So that I think is a great process. You have a very rigid, comprehensive document, but you're able to flex it. And that's exactly the right system, I think. Yeah.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And let's stay with you for a minute and switch to basically a topic that's going to be a big part of tomorrow, which is everything around this latest buzzword, artificial intelligence and technology for the future. From your point of view, how do you see AI and how would it play into the future of architecture and design and planning?
Yeah, it's a tough one. We enjoy the process of design so much, all day, every day, that we can't imagine losing some of that, I think, to a computer. And also as an owner, you're investing 30 million US dollars more in a project. Would you really trust a computer with that money over a team of experienced professionals that have been designing hotels for, 20, 30 years? That's what my current understanding. As with many things, I'm open to be convinced, and I'll be here tomorrow looking and listening. We've used it in a very limited way. Our younger guys are always whipping out their phones and going to things like Mid-Journey. When we're in the middle of, a big part of what we do is we gather our whole team together and we'll workshop a brief and a project. Everybody tosses the ideas onto the table, and then out of that, the good ideas can be recognized and developed. So they've been actually contributing more ideas through that process, the 25-year-olds in our team. And it's actually got us out of one sticky situation where we had a client in Vietnam, not a Marriott project. They wanted Californian Spanish in Vietnam for these villas. And so that's literally what we did. We took out Mid-Journey, entered Californian, Spanish, Vietnam, and we had some imagery that came out of that. And we thought, will this work? And it actually did. That's exactly what they wanted. So I think for those tricky things that we can't process because we have design prejudices, maybe AI can help us get through those situations. They were certainly happy with the result, yeah.
Great, thank you. Ganesh, is it going to replace your job, AI?
For sure. I'm still holding my sketch pens and papers and walking around, right? But then I would always think every design has a heart and a soul, like what Chris has mentioned before, right? You got to have that personal touch with whatever you do. That's what you paid for. That's what you look for to do. You could get an umpteen options out of AI, I believe, if you clock in a particular name or some certain phrases, and then is it the way that you want to pick some of these things? So it's more of pick and choose what the client wants, rather than you designing it with your heart and your soul, right? So if time is of an essence, yes, go ahead, do that, and make money of it, no problems. But then if you want to make that unique identity as a designer or as a project, I'm still figuring out how to use it, right? Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. And we got one more architect on this side. Do you think perhaps there's a place, certain tier of project, Malhad, that would be relevant to AI? Or do you feel that what you know about AI, that it will take over pretty much all aspect of design? I personally have a view that bespoke architecture has its place and will remain the forefront of human ingenuity. But in your mind, is there a place for AI for certain type of projects?
Of course, architectural history tells you that there have been architects' experiments they are doing with it for creating experiential spaces. Now it goes back to Antonio Gaudi's time. If you look at the material that he dealt with and the kind of geometries or non-geometrical forms that he sort of tackled with, he was successful in a great sense with all those limitations of technology. Now it's all the more possible. The only thing is that it has to be a correct project. There are projects happening, of course, everybody knows about Tulum in Mexico, which is like so those are like without AI, people have doing biomimicry and doing a lot of parametrical, whatever tools, computerized digital tools are available right now. People are just going and trying to, break the boundaries and, come up with ideas. And ultimately, orthogonal space, rather than, I mean, human beings are going to enjoy the more biologically, intuitively created spaces more than orthogonal spaces, provided they are, created. The point here is that we have to get our clients also to pay for all that technology and the expertise to get those executed. But definitely there's a future for that. There are destination, spatial, experiences for particular location. So it's a tremendous possibility. The technology is at disposal. It's just a matter of how you sort of deploy that for a particular use.
Thank you. Thank you. And of course, Mr. Reddy, as an owner, love to hear your point of view on AI. If you can have AI design the whole hotel for you, let's say at a 30% discount, couple of years faster and quicker with less mistakes, less value engineering, how would you embrace that?
How many of you are software programmers here? I am. I have master's degree in computer science. I run a 350 people consulting firm in US. First half of my life, I was a Oracle database consultant, developed enterprise systems deployed across the world. As Ganesh said, he's afraid of AI coming in, taking up his job. Mark my words, brother, it's not going to happen, okay? This particular field of architecture, building, construction, AI is a long way to go, okay? Where AI comes in hospitality industry mostly is in the customer service, customer experience, okay? Less interaction with the human being to bring the cost down of your human resources. That's where the next generation of AI is going to tackle. As far as construction, as for architecture is concerned, it's a very complex database. I can't just go and have an AI system say I need a 24 square meters and give all their brand standards, put them in the database, and then it generates a plan. It could do that. It could go that far. But when it gets to generate the good for construction drawings, I think that's where the complexity comes. So I wish, the 3D printing construction is happening now. I think in India, we developed in Delhi itself, a post office was developed in a 3D model was built very quickly, very soon in terms of speed. And in US also, it's getting there. But in hotels, I think it's too early. I think probably 20, 30 years from now, where most of us are not going to be here on Earth, okay? So the young guys, probably you'll see the AI transformation. But in the first phase, next 5, 6 years, the introduction of AI into the customer service, in the optimization of costs, I think that's where it will do. And other thing, which is the most complex thing in the hotel industry, is the services, your mechanical, electrical, plumbing services. I think it could do the predictive analysis and bring the data out in terms of preventive maintenance part of it. Now you have some of the devices that can be put on your air conditioning devices, air conditioning systems, and your filter systems, which gives you a predictive output which says that, yeah, hey, you need to change this, you need to change that. So that's where, that's what. But as far as architects is concerned, you guys are still going to make money. We're still going to pay you on time, okay? You will see no pain. The pain is us, okay?
It's great Mr. Reddy pays his architects.
I know. I do. Okay, I do. So with all due respect, I have a lot of respect for architects and consultants because it's an imagination. I mean, you imagine so many things, and we have the tendency of changing things 1,000,000 times and not paying. Okay, so that's what I don't like, but that happens quite frequently here. But it's very important. I mean, without them, you can't develop beautiful hotels like this, and I think it requires that touch, that class, and thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Reddy. Good to know we still have a job for a while. But I have to say, I want to challenge that tomorrow. It will be a cliffhanger for all of you. We are going to show you some of the potential of where AI is going. We're not going to show it until basically the last 30 minutes of tomorrow, so that we can keep everybody here. But I think it's going to scare some of you. I think it's going to excite many of you. And just a taste of where AI is going. We will have a live feed from Hong Kong, and we're going to do an actual case, an actual design, a simple one, but an actual design using AI and Midjourney, and see what you guys think. So our time is up. Please give everybody a round hand of applause. Great feedbacks, great comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Wang, and thank you, panelists, for being here and adding so much to this segment. You know, it's very tough to get all our guests back in and then have such an engaging conversation. Thank you for adding on so much. To thank you all and present each of you with a token of our appreciation, may I please request the presence of Mr. Prasanta Bhattacharjee, Business Head, Hospitality, Hafele, to join us on stage. May I also request all of you to please welcome Ms. Deepa Ganeriwala, Director, Hospitality, ANJ, and a very warm welcome to Mr. J. Kolaria, Executive Director, ANJ, to please join us on stage and thank all our speakers along with our moderator, Mr. Wang, right here. Mr. Prasanta Bhattacharjee, may I request you to please join us on stage? We'd like to take a moment and thank Mr. Dev Malhotra. May I request you to please step forward? Mr. Dev Malhotra, thank you so very much. May I also thank Ms. Chris Singer. May I also extend a very warm welcome and request the presence of Mr. Bibho Srivastava to join us on stage for the memento presentation, along with Mr. Michael Wang. Mr. Ganesh Madasamy, thank you so very much for your presence. Let's welcome Mr. Bibho Srivastava joining us on stage for the memento presentation. Thank you so very much for being here. Thank you, Mr. Gaurav Singh. Mr. S.P. Reddy, let me take this opportunity by thanking you. I'll be inviting Mr. Madhav Joshi up next. Mr. Madhav Joshi. Thank you so very much, panelists, for adding on so much right here. May I request the hotel staff to please step forward to clear the stage. Requesting you all to please join us for a group photograph. Thank you so very much for enlightening us on our discussion on profit by design. And you heard Mr. Wang mention how tomorrow we have many more sessions that we can look forward to, presenting to you a global perspective. Thank you once again for being a part of this very interesting panel discussion. One of our panelists has forgotten their brand new iPhone, so I do get something out of this panel discussion. Jokes apart, we have a lot of fun right here for our next segment where we will be talking about really designing cutting-edge prototype for design excellence, because that is something that is really needed. And when we say that, we want to bring the best and the experts from the field itself to tell you more right here. Joining us, Ms. Karen Kim, Vice President, Global Design, APEC Marriott International, and Ms. Juhi Roy, Director, Hotel Development, South Asia, Marriott International. May I request all of you to please put your hands together for two very inspiring women joining us here on stage and talking a lot about cutting-edge technology and design right here.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here. It's absolutely a pleasure. And I'm very excited to talk about this entire session because for me, it has been one of the biggest and the most helpful tool in our mid-scale and our upscale segment. So just to give you a little preview, I will just take you through, and then Karen is going to help us make you understand a little bit about the prototype package that Marriott has now, they've actually invested in it, and we are. So I will request Karen to just tell us a little bit more about this, and then in case you have any questions, we're happy to answer.
Thank you, Juhi. Okay, so it's me again. We do have I'm sure a lot of you are very familiar with this. So we do have something called So here is a Fairfield by Marriott, and we are not able to share all the complete package of design. So we are only sharing like a couple of images where you can still get good feel of what the direction of Fairfield is. So very simple, but true to the solid basis. So again, you get the whole required function and service and the product itself, and without paying a lot more compared to a premium brand. So if you're traveling, all you expect is good bed and a good while you are just there for business for a couple of days. Very smart and sharp design direction that we have with the Fairfield. Personally, my personal favorite brand at the moment. Okay, so we did talk about Maxi earlier, and what we did was we did use in the beginning the global Maxi design direction, and we had a lot of feedback from the field that what we had as a global Maxi was not really relevant to a lot of property in Asia. So we are now putting together what we see it as a more suit and related to our market. And what this product is, everything you see here is prefabricated at the factory. So all you have to do is prepare your sort of concrete wall, and everything else can be factory made, shipped for you to install. So no struggle with the site labor. If somebody show up after a drink till 2 o'clock in the morning and show up at your site, and the quality of their work that day is just, like not going to be consistent. And so it will really, controlling the quality at the site is the biggest challenge we are having. And what you see it on the wall, all the freestanding furniture, it is, of course, factory made. And you just order, and when it's arrived, you just install it. So this is more like the brownfield project, where a lot of these days, a lot of quick selective brand, it's usually not built from the ground up, but rebirthing or converting office building or other purpose building into the lodging project. And minute that you sign that deal, then you need to start paying a rent or lease. And so quicker you turn around and start selling as a hospitality product is more higher profit for yourself. So we are seeing this kind of approach as a very suitable for repurposed building to a lodging project. And everything is already factory made, and only time you need to do is installing it once you receive the shipment. And in China, the place like China, they can turn around the office building once they do main infrastructure work to receive or convert it to guest room. And it will take them just 6 months to fit it out and start the business. So very ideal setup with this guest room. And you can change a lot of this prototype. I will cover it later in more detail, but a lot of this prototype doesn't have to be cookie cutter prototype. So we will give designer and owner like up to 30-35% of chance for you to make it more customized for your market, for your project. So if there is a resentment on, I don't want my hotel to be like all other Moxie or Courtyard because I'm using prototype, there is a chance that you can always modify. And we have many projects that open with the prototype design, but there is a lot of similarity, but they don't look exactly like the other. So there is always a chance for you to add your own customized design approach to it, even if it's a prototype. Okay, this one is AC Hotel. Again, we do have a guest room design. We do have a public space, the F&B area design. So I will get into more detail later, but it means we're not only giving you look and feel, but we also giving you all the construction drawing for you to build whatever that we are sharing with you. So if there is a guest room, we do have a construction document already ready for you to sort of retrofit into your space. If we are showing you a restaurant and lobby and other public space layout, there is a construction document already. All the materials are selected, so it is just ready for you to implement it to your own shell of your space and adjustment. It will save a lot of time, which I will also cover separately later. So this is a look and feel of AC. Guest room is around similar to Courtyard and 4-point scale. So anywhere from 25 to 32 square meter. So it is a very efficient, simple design to fit in to a smaller guest room compared to 40, 45 of full service. Okay, so we skipped the Courtyard. I don't know what happened. Okay, we say Courtyard, but this is AC too. Okay, forget about the look of AC. It still comes as a Courtyard. I don't know what happened here. Okay. Okay, so 4-point, we already talked about this. It's a bit rustic, it's a bit utilitarian style, but remember we do have a Courtyard, AC, so we do have many different look and feel and a style on the different brand. So each brand has its distinctive vision in design, and this I feel like, and then we did actually open some of the hotel with this prototype design, which turned out very nicely, very smart, very current, related to today people's judgment on, what's preferred design by the bigger crowd. Okay, so A-Loft Hotel, this is a lot of people see this as a sort of mini W. And so along the same style of W Hotel, but in a lesser scale and lesser tier product, which is also appealing to a lot of young crowd. And it is a lifestyle brand. So design makes huge difference in this brand. And the look and feel and a style and a palette makes a huge difference whether you can be a loft or not. Okay, so Element is a brand that is for long-term stay. So all Element guest room will have like a small kitchenette, sink, bigger refrigerator, microwave. So this is for like more than a few days to a week stay, up to months and months. And it also, not only in the guest room, but it also have what we call community kitchen. So there is a big kitchen where you and your family can just do your own meal cooking. So it is a very ideal for family travel. Although it is intent for long stay, you don't have to, there is no limit how long, when you make a reservation, how long your reservation has to be. You can stay for overnight, but it is the brand that equipped to support family travel, longer extended stay. And overall design is very close to Western direction, which is around well-being, wellness, organic, all those related to well-living concept. And we did talk about Sheraton as well. So Sheraton guest room and a Sheraton public space, concept only, no construction document. We do have a prototype design. And as you can see, this is nothing like Sheraton that you experienced in the past. And we opened quite a few hotels since we launched the new refreshed Sheraton about 5-6 years ago. So we already have a lot of hotels open with this design and very successful. I feel like in reality turned better than a design and 3D rendering that we put together. Okay, so Westin. Reason that Westin is a high premium brand, but reason that we put this together is because we struggle a lot with the design company. When we said, okay, so Westin is biophilic design, wellness, related to nature, and everybody had their interpretation of delivering the design based on those descriptions. And none, we can say, they capture it accurately, and not many that we see it as, okay, you are in the right direction. So we put this together, and we went all the way to document it so that we can offer it as a prototype guest room design. But way we achieve that all the description of Westin here is like those filter, the cascade light at the entry. So when you enter, there is like it's gonna make you feel like you walk into a forest where when you look up among the tree leaves, that light come through. So it's immediately connecting you to nature. And if you're looking at the one on the right side, the bottom, it's a elevator landing area. And nothing is straight and the machine made. It is a very organic and little detail that we put together in this way. It is, again, bring it close to biophilic approach. And in the bathroom, again, cascade light, spa like a wood tone shower and a toilet area. It brings closer to what Western vision is in achieving their view of what they want Western to be. So this is just simply we put together and see, here is our Western description, and here is a look and feel of how we capture those descriptions. So ever since we put this together, I think it showed the designer and an owner a lot better understanding, and it was a lot easier for them to align with us and in delivering their vision of Western direction design. So in that way, I think we were very successful putting this together and save a lot of struggle. Okay, so we are very limited with the time. I was told that we are overrunning. So I'm not gonna go over all this detail, but there is an advantage of what prototype can do and save a lot of time for owners and a designer. I think the next few slides will give you a lot clear picture of advantage of the using prototype design. So this is just roughly what we figure, that we usually project require around 3,000 to 3,500 hours to do the hospitality project in a rough picture. When it's a luxury tier, it can go over well 5,000 manpower. So if you figure that in the dollar amount, then we will say estimated fee for the TSA, the technical service, will be 350 to $500,000. And using prototype, it will save like 70% of manpower hours, because you will already have all the design done. All you have to do is retrofit what prototype design has into your space, and then that effort will be done by project design team and a project construction team, and which will save a tremendous time that you have to put together during the design process. Okay, so we think without prototype, just design process, starting from negotiation with your consultant, starting the concept, going through the process of revision, and getting to the construction document, within, let's say if you could, from the beginning till the completion of the construction, if it takes 5 years, let's say, because a lot of projects, it takes even 10 years, some of them even longer. So based on, let's say, 5 years of duration, we think without a prototype, getting to completion of conceptual design, CD document, it will take somewhere between 12 to 24 months. With the prototype, you can bring it down to 3 to 9 months. So you know better than I do, in the construction field, time equals money. So if you can save 12 months, if you can save 18 months, that is the money that you will spend for other area of the project itself, which will bring up a lot higher quality or bring down your investment on a project. So if you're looking at all those, I don't see why you wouldn't use a prototype. And a lot of times we were told, why do we need to hire a designer that recommended by Marriott? Why couldn't I use designer that we already engaged with? And so if you engage or if you purchase the prototype design, then you can use your consultant, designer, the architect, based on following already created design, then we will be able to work with your designer as long as they are a professional designer. So don't try to tell us like your cousins or your neighbor are like have very good taste in design, they can design your hotel for you. So as long as they are professionally set up, the professional team of designer and an architect, when you engage with a prototype design that's already created, we will be willing to work with the choice of your consultant, knowing we already have a design and all you have to do is fit it into your space. We were planning to take a lot of question and answer after this session, but time's already up. So this is just briefly showing you, we give you full set of drawing, and then we are also giving you full set of samples and actual sample, and you can use as we specified it in prototype, or you can come up with your substitute material that's equivalent to material that we are recommending. So again, we are giving you a lot of option and freedom in terms of actual material that you will be using for your project.
Okay, Karen, if I can just touch on a couple of points. I can see a lot of designers sitting there going, oh, great. There goes our creativity, nothing to design, it's all going to look the same. Let me address this, which I think is very important, to not just to get owners buy-in, because owner loves this. Owner absolutely loves this. But we need designer to embrace it as well. So look at it this way. You know, and I know all of our fees getting less, right? Inflation, labor costs, whatever it is. So you only have so much time to design. So our proposition is, let's take the room off the table. Remember the rule of thumb, 60, 20, 20? 60% of your problem is the guest room. Why don't we get that off the table? It's figured out already. A room is a room is a room, especially the lower tier products. Do you really care? Seriously.
Yes, I do
You
care.
go to bed?
I
know
care.
Karen does. I know Karen does, but just follow me for a minute. You know, most of my friends, they go to a hotel, if it's a luxurious hotel, they remember it. But if it's, you know, a lower tier hotel, I don't remember. Yes, the bed was comfortable. Yes, there's some colors here and there. There was a great shower experience. Wonderful. Well, they're all the same. So why don't we take the room off the table, 60% of your pain, get it out of the way. You still have, as Karen said, 20, 30% flexibility to change some things in the design to make it localized so that AC in Bangkok doesn't look like AC in Bangalore, right? So you still have that flexibility. But look at it this way. You still have a wonderful public area, F&B outlet to design. Why don't you spend all your time, creativity, and effort on that? Because that was distinguish a hotel. A hotel. So please look at it this way, the design community. This is actually trying to help you. You can still design the room with some changes, and then you do a fabulous public area, great lobby, great reception, great F&B outlet. And you know what? When somebody asks who designed this hotel, nobody's going to say, oh, well, it's not really designed by me because the hotel room is designed by Marriott. Who cares? Who knows? So please, this is to help speed to market, help the owner, make more profit, speed things up, and also to help designer to have more time to spend on things that are more meaningful. That's the whole point. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Wang, and thank you, Karen, Kim, and Juhi. Karen, I'm going to request you to stay on, continue with your presence, and do give us a little more of your time here on stage. But let me take this opportunity by thanking Ms. Juhi Roy and request her presence center stage. To thank her, may I please welcome Mr. Girish Pillai, GM Sales from Great White, requesting you to please join us on stage. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Prasanta Bhattacharjee, Business Head, Hospitality. To please join us on stage. A round of applause for both our speakers. Welcoming Mr. Girish Pillai, and I'd also like to request Mr. Prasanta Bhattacharjee, Business Head, Hospitality, to please step forward and thank Ms. Juhi Roy for her presence. Sir, may I request you to join us center stage? Thank you. It's been a pleasure having all of you join us right here. Thank you so very much. Here, I'd like to remind all our guests that we look forward to your updates. Please do take pictures, share videos, share what you feel will help the world of design and hospitality and hotels right here. Do remember to tag us, and please do use our hashtag. It's out there for all of you. We have a very exciting evening ahead of us after a couple of sessions lined up right here, where we will be talking about how we can revive the past, design the future. What are we really talking about? Hotel renovations. How is it that we can create and add something extraordinary, an element to something that's already in existence? To tell us more, I'm about to invite on stage Ms. Shalaka Dakshinkar, Director, Global Design, Marriott International, and Mr. Bhaskar Gurnath, Area Director of Engineering, South Asia, Marriott International. And of course, we have Ms. Karen Kim, who is present here, weaving this segment through and through. So may I request all of you to please put your hands together. This is going to be a combined session where the three of us will be taking you through this segment. So over to you all.
Hello everyone. Every matter ages with wear and tear and needs refreshing for it to run few extra miles. And that's what soft renovation is for your property. Just a minute. Oh, okay. And that's what a soft renovation is for your property. What does soft renovation include? Everything that's soft. It's fabrics, it is the wall paint, vinyl, carpets, but being said that, it need not stop on it. Being case to case, we might need a further approach on certain carpet touch-ups, case goods as well, if they have deteriorated. Now this milestone in our experience is somewhere around 7 years of the property age from the opening. Something went wrong here. Okay. So then it comes to full renovations. And full renovations are somewhere around 14 years of the age of the property. At this point of time, project design has been conceived almost about a decade and a half or 2 decades. By then, the market trends have changed, brand look and feel evolved, and so do the peer properties opened in the market. So what does the full renovation include? As the name suggests, full scope of soft and case good renovations with for all areas with new design to match the brand, market and peers. I do not wish to scare, but full renovations are reviewed on case merit, and no one can elaborate that better than Karen Kim, so I'll invite her on stage.
So we do say 7 and 14 years. So 14 years, when we say full renovation, we mean including the bathroom. But we do understand that when bathroom is a maintained well and with the hard finishes and stone, especially in India, that often we see there is no reason to totally redo the bathroom. So most of the time we ended up just doing fabrication of the bathroom. Like if a vanity counter wood is aged and required, we replace those. So although we do say 7 and 14, we do practice, like we make practical approach to existing condition. So this is a general reference point, but it does not mean that we will ask you to rip out completely presentable condition just because it's a 7 and 14. So when it comes to renovation, we do make really like the reasonable, logical approach. But if we don't do the renovation, and especially in a market like India, if there is a new hotel open, there is a tougher competition coming in town, you are not able to keep up with those new brand or new product. And if once your hotel appears to the guest as a tired and worn out, they won't come back. And once the occupation rate goes down, and your room rate will have to go down to make up the lower rate of occupancy. And once your room rate goes down, it's going to be a nightmare to bring it back up. So keeping up and tidy up the whole product in time before guests really walk away from your hotel is a very critical and very important. So we just want to bring your attention to how important renovation is in order for you to keep the competitive edge with all the new product that's coming to town. Okay, so for a lot of the consultants attending this event, we just want you to know that there are a lot of renovation project opportunity for you. So we have a 20 hotel up for renovation in next year. We have additional 24 hotel in 25 and 28 hotel in 26. And it will just continue and go on. So there is a lot of opportunity, not just for the new build hotel, but existing hotel renovation. And if you could work with us and our owner closely on renovation project, and turned out you prove that you can do the successful project management and good design, then it will also give you a good basis for us to work with even bigger project like new build and in many different venues. We're gonna just show you a few before and after because picture can do the 1,000 words, as you all know. We are all visual people. So in St. Regis, Singapore, they did have some indoor tennis court, which doesn't make much revenue out of it. So they decided to turn this into function space, which they did successfully. And so this is beyond just the renovation, but reconfigure the existing space, which was very successful. They are bringing a lot more, like 20 times higher earning from the space before and after. Here is a Renaissance Saigon, one of the oldest hotels we have in Ho Chi Minh City. So as you can see, this one on the left is an existing reception area, and then after renovation is how it turned out, and more on strategy with the brand. Because over years, brand also revolved, and then if you don't do the renovation, then you are no longer on strategy with the brand, which will be disappointment for guests who are making reservation based on the brand. This is a Sheraton Kuala Lumpur, and this is a soft goods renovation. So they didn't touch anything architectural. They just did some painting, refinishing, but just with a different style of furniture and lighting up the overall palette, it does the wonder. So like getting a lot of positive feedback from the returning guests. Okay, Sheraton Fiji Resort. So this guest room almost, it's supposed to be a total renovation, but due to the budget, we ended up keeping some of the existing furniture. So some of the millwork color it is darker than what Sheraton should be, only because existing furniture were in a much darker wood stain. But again, after renovation, their room rate were double, and a lot of positive feedback from the guests. I know there was a sizable investment there, but they can recover those with a double of room rate. So you put in, you earn more. This is a Western Miyako Kyoto. So again, Western before and a Western now. More aligned with the Western's vision, which I explained briefly earlier. So this is a Ritz-Carlton Singapore. So a lot of space around the lobby area, and they decided to turn that into a bar, and this is the place to be now in Singapore, and revenue earning out of this space is just out of this world. And so if there is an opportunity for us to do the renovation, and if we do proper concept along with it, I think it will really give you an opportunity to turn around your earnings. Okay, one more for Le Méridien Hong Kong, which was before, and then now the trend is to make it more refreshed, lighter, make it more airy. And that is just what customer today favor. Okay, Sheraton Haiku. So again, what you see as a before is old Sheraton, and then what you see after is a new Sheraton direction, which I shared briefly earlier. Okay, so I'm gonna hand over to Masker.
Thank you, Ken. I think I'll use this mic. Okay. All right. I see the timer's telling time's up. As usual, MEP, time's up. So when we do renovation for all these great things that we saw just now, including green is to move forward, including moving that tennis court into a nice event space, MEP is to be always on the forefront. What happens when we don't do that? The key to that success that when we reposition an existing space or renovate a building, normally between the 7 and the 14-year block, which is the soft goods and the case goods block, is when most of our equipment, especially the guest rooms, as well as some of the low side and high side equipment comes to end of useful life. That's what is not to be forgotten when we do those things. So as important as it to identify a very good ID for your renovation, it's also important to identify a good MEP consultant or to engage the same consultant while you're doing a considerable size renovation in your guest rooms or public spaces. Please don't forget to include the MEP spaces, which starts from the cooling towers or it is from the chillers, boilers. A couple of reasons. One is fire and life safety, for example. Since the building was built, it's been 10 years, 14 years now. There are much more advanced and more precise fire life safety detection and suppression systems available. We should make use of that technology. There are also more energy efficient technologies, devices, equipment that's going to save you tons of money within a short span of time. Say, for example, we are renovating some of the hotels and we are replacing chillers. The payback is less than 2 years. on high technology chillers that are available today. So we should make use of all those things. Apart from guest comfort, it's also the commitment that we have towards sustainability. Water and energy conservation, water and energy consumption reduction by engaging and installing very high efficiency equipment and devices. That should be considered. How we do that? Most of these are data driven. Marriott works on a lot of data. We have data from associates. We know our own associates give us feedback about our equipment, about our services, about our guest preferences. Then we have our own guest survey which comes to us, guest satisfaction, guest voice surveys, which tells us where we need to improve when we go in for a renovation. We also have a lot of audits that we do in-house. Brand standard audits give us good indicators on what equipment needs to be renovated, replaced or refitted or repurposed. We also have, for example, regulatory audits. FSSAI comes to audit our hotels. They also give us feeders on what needs to be done, mainly in food and culinary spaces. So taking all those data, we need to use that wisely, put it into our MEP equipment and services that needs to be considered when we do a renovation. For example, if you take enhancement of guest services, we do so much in a guest room. We have seen a lot about guest rooms. While we do all those, there are classic examples within our system and outside our system where a guest room is renovated, but the 20-year-old cabling, wiring and the equipment are not renovated. We have had to install a lot of additional lighting, heating devices inside the room, which adds to the heat load, not heating. And the air conditioning of the room is not able to take care of it because we have a 20-year-old fan call unit. It's not able to maintain. It's lost its efficiency. We have been cleaning that every quarter for the last 20 years. The fins are almost negligible now. There's no heat transfer happening. So we should consider that to be replaced while we do this renovation. And it's easier to do at that time than to have to shut down the rooms after your renovation when you're trying to make money out of that room, to stop those rooms, take them out of order and replace this equipment. Energy efficiency and sustainability. We are currently on a mission to certify all our hotels at ASHRAE level 2 certification, which is quite stringent. We're going to have 50 hotels to be audited between now and Q2 of 2024, and rest of the hotels will be done before Q4. That's the goal for us. Once we have such high level of audit report with us, we exactly know what equipment and services that are needed to be replaced, renovated or refitted with higher efficiency equipment. So that's a good start point for us to take in. We also have fire and life safety auditors. All our hotels in South Asia have done a third-party fire and life safety audit by Bureau Veritas. They have given us extensive reports that we can work on. We also have our fire pumps being tested by Grundfos with flow rating. So we have a good amount of data that we can use. We are also having the Schneider Electric conduct some of our energy audits. So we have data from that. So use all those data, use them to do a good MEP renovation. So the minute we talk about renovation, everybody thinks about those beautiful rooms and restaurants. But please also start to think renovation means it's also about the heart, the bone and the nerve centers of the hotel, which is the MEP services. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. What a pleasure to have you join in. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome and request the kind presence of Mr. Ganga Prasad Rao, Head of Sales Development, CBS IMEA region from Grundfos, to please join us on stage to thank our speakers for this particular segment. So do we have you around? Thank you so very much for your presence. We'd like to request our team member, Ms. Shalu from ITP Media India, to please join us on stage and honor our special speakers. Please do put your hands together for the two of them. Well, we're now going to share a lot about the beautiful property that we're all getting to experience over these 2 days, Courtyard by Marriott Aravali. And to take you through and share what was the inspiration behind this beautiful journey, may I extend a very warm welcome to Marco Dobrota, Principal, Smallwood. We have with us Karen Wang, Director, Karen Wang, Interior Consultant, Supasit, Managing Director, Landscape Technonics Limited, and Arun Kumar, Market Vice President, North India, Nepal and Bhutan, Marriott International. May I request all the speakers to join us on stage for our finale session for the day. I'd like to share with you that right after this, we will have a networking session by the pool side where you can enjoy a little bit of getting to know each other, conversation, talk business. Right after that, we'll welcome you back in this hall for a very entertainment, musical evening, and of course, some fantastic drinks and dinner. But for now, may I extend a very warm welcome to our speakers joining us to talk a lot about the energies, the design, the element put behind this fantastic property, Courtyard Marriott Aravali. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. I'm Marco from Smallwood, principal. We are an American design firm with regional headquarters in Singapore. Mandar asked us to talk how we come to design this hotel a couple of years back. And this is our second project with Arjun Juneja. And when he called me one day, he said, we have another piece of land very close by. But there are also some existing structure on the side. We said, oh no, that's the same story as we have up in the Westin. But then he brought us out here, and we were really taken aback with the beauty of the land. It was after the rainy season. Similarly today, maybe in early November, when everything was green, and a lot of very large trees and the existing structures were actually not in such a bad shape. So we really, really like the site, the existing trees.
Hi. How are you? Hi. Oh, plenty of eyes.
Yes, stand in center. Okay.
That's it.
Okay, sure.
So we just stand there?
No, I'm not going to introduce you. You're already introduced.
Oh, all right.
Here. Right here.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, sure. Closer.
So since we are the only ones between you and cocktails, we decided we'll do a stand-up for you. Okay?
Yep.
So that's really how we started. And after initial presentation on several options, how we can engage the existing structure, preserve the trees, and place the remaining buildings on the site, one of the nicest part of this project was the owner stepped back. And we have almost zero interactions with them after they approved the initial concept. That was so refreshing, giving us all the trust, and pretty much at the same time selecting the rest of the team members. Sorry, I'm not used to that. So after the concept, Supasit and Karen came on board, and they gave us pretty much free hands to complete the project. And it went really, really fast without any interference, and with the great guidance of Marriott team, by keeping the existing structure, keeping the trees, keeping the vision of the owner, not spending additional money for, we didn't do any basements down below, and staying within the brief, within the site, and achieving what you are seeing now. But let's Karen and Supasit say more.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Karen Wang. So I'm the interior designer of this Courtyard Aravali. So today I'm here to share my experience, to this, property. So, I mean, like Michael has mentioned earlier many times, like a hotel design is only not just only design. Actually, it's a whole team's work. So we are very glad that we have our landscape designer, Super Sid, and Marco, our architect. So we work as a team very closely with the project management team also to come about with this property. So, I mean, design properties play in a very small role in the hotel industry. So, I mean, we have owner here, so I want to also stress again, you come up with a design, you come up with a hotel property actually involve all sorts, all trades, all contractors, you know, effort to push through a property like this. And so what goes through all those design, it's not only just doing a design. Actually, we have to work very hard with consultants and with the contractors, also with the project management team. So there's a whole lot of the work to do all this coordination work. So today I have to thank all our teams, you know, like a pull through and then work close with each other. And for this, you know, beautiful project, originally that's a conversion project actually. It's supposed to be original as a clubhouse. So, I mean, Malcolm managed to turn that into a beautiful, you know, hotel property. And then obviously make such a beautiful landscape for the hotel. And the mission, like when you took over this project, our goal is to making this hotel, which is a suburb, city, a resort hotel. So that we are making a hotel like you can have a corporate event here, like today, what we have today. And after the event, the guests can still spend 1 or 2 days time here, and then having their great day here. Okay, so it's kind of like a retreat for the city citizens here. That's also one of the aim, like Mario would like to also emphasize, like becoming a Korea brand resort for those kind of a suburb city hotel. And so also, actually this hotel also aim for like a wedding ceremony. So those wedding, they have all the family coming here. After the ceremony, they can also spend the time here, right? Yeah. And also, because this is suburban city hotel, so also apart from we are doing a design which is good for business also, and also for your resort, lay back, spend time here, spend your leisure time here. Okay, so that's also one of the aim, like while we're doing the design. Apart from doing a modern international design, we also take care of a lot of space functioning detail. So when the guests come here, it's very pretty laid back, like you are easy to get around, and then you have all those, you know, like a natural space, landscape, that people can easily, you know, I mean, connect to the nature. So that's why, like, you can have a very good time here. Okay, so yeah, so thank you for having me here. That's all what I will share tonight. So go to Super.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Supasit from Landscape Tectonic, based in Bangkok. When I was here at the first time with Marco and the team, this land it just was empty, just a building and very beautiful existing tree. When I start to work, I keep questioning myself for the possibility in design, how to closely reach or even go far beyond the creativity, how to create a sense of place of this empty land. And it was impressed me a lot for the existing tree at the swimming pools, which I really want to keep telling my client that I want to keep this existing tree as part of the design. If you remove the tree, please remove me. but luckily, you love your tree. That's why I'm still here. So that is how I would like to create a sense of place for this empty land by having this kind of greenery and oasis where guests can enjoy everything from their room. Even they can have a kind of very green space within this hotel. And what I normally do when I work in design, working with Marco and Karen, I think mainly it's about two roles. The first is about having the supporting role. So I look into what Marco and Karen did in terms of not only the design, but look into their design intention as well, because I really believe about the seamless integration in design for whatever we work together. This is what I try to do. Another thing is having a leading role as part of the landscape designer. Would like to create something that can enhance the experience of the guests for this place. And I think I can do it for this beautiful place. I hope you enjoy and you love this place as well. This is what I do for this hotel. Thank you.
Please give them a round of applause. Actually, my name is Arun. I manage some of our hotels in the north of India, and I had nothing to do with building this resort. Okay. Karen, Marco, and Supasit are the ones who work with our GDAP team to come up with this beautiful, beautiful masterpiece that we're standing here. What this has done for us is just unbelievable, right? And my job starts when normally the hotels are built and we put on GM here, and then I come here to see what's going on, right? So when we saw this resort, we, first of all, I must say, nobody believed this is a courtyard resort. But I do a lot of pushback with everybody who speaks to me saying, this is the best courtyard resort. This is what we need to think about, right? Another thing that we always get as questions when I speak to a lot of people, including Bibor, who's the organizer of this event with us, is why is it so expensive? How can you charge so much for a courtyard, right? I said, look, we charge so much because we can. This masterpiece deserves the respect and the credit to everybody who's involved in creating it. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thanks.
So we had a lot of debate, obviously, how to do, what to do, how to price this. And the first full operating month of this hotel, it did a $201 average rate, which is at that time in Delhi, NCR, one of the highest average rate hotels, right? And the credit absolutely goes to the people who created this and gave us this masterpiece so we can really showcase this as the best courtyard resort in the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for coming here. Please enjoy the masterpiece and the great cocktails in the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, and what a fabulous, fabulous moment right there, Mr. Kumar. You did mention that, well, we charge what we charge for a reason, and the reason is that we create beautiful experiences. And on that note, may I please request all of you to welcome Mr. Romal Moses, Director Garnet, and Mr. Surinder Shah, Director Garnet, to join us here on stage. Thank and acknowledge our speakers who've created this beautiful experience, Courtyard by Marriott Aravali. A round of applause as we look forward to enjoying an evening of togetherness, a lot more. As we thank them and present them each with a plaque, I'd also like to share with our audience right here. I'll be inviting you by the pool to enjoy the nice weather. I'm telling you, Delhi, this is the best time to be here. There's this nip in the air, and we would love for you to network, get to know each other a little bit. We have an hour before we start with our entertainment right here. A fantastic band. Everyone who loves music, everyone who loves a good drink, some good company. You've got to be back here at exactly 8:30 p.m. for a very, very exciting, entertaining evening. And please remember, I want you to party, I want you to have a good time, but I want you to go to bed well in time so that you meet us here at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. So yes, enjoy a good drink, but please do make sure that you join us for a day of a lot more learning. tomorrow. And for now, I'd like to remind you to please carry all your personal belongings with you. We don't want you to miss out on anything. We will be doing a complete changeover of the ballroom here. Please, I'd like to request you to vacate the ballroom with all your belongings. Thank you so very much on behalf of the entire team. This is Isha Abhalla welcoming you to a networking evening in just a bit. Thank you.